Morning, everybody. Right, we're all here. Okay. We've got a couple more coming. Right, we'll start anyway. Okay, here we are, 27th of June, I think 9:30, ready to go for our annual plan meeting. Can we start by all standing and have a karakia, led by Tyler, please.
Whakataka te hau ki te tunga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, maurua.
Thank you very much. Apologies, we have none, but Celeste is on Zoom. Okay, declarations of interest. There are none being recorded. So I'd like just to introduce you to what we're doing today. Today is the day, the big event. 2023-24 annual plan has been through a thorough and challenging process for our new council to work through. Starting from an expected increase of 14.6 to be considered as an increase less than half of that is an incredible result. It has come after months of hard work by councillors and staff who have provided many different options for our council to consider. We have looked at heaps of ways we can reduce rates increases while maintaining our levels of service. We have done this while balancing our own cost increases, namely from inflation, insurance and interest rates. We are all very aware of the importance of reducing the burden to council's rates placed on households given the increased cost of living, especially for those on low and fixed incomes. One factor that is impacting the way the rates are distributed across the city has been the 3-yearly revaluation of properties. This is required by law to be done every 3 years, and timing wasn't great, but it was done by an independent valuer and has been seen some neighbourhoods traditionally with lower house prices increase at a greater percentage than the average. While neighbourhoods in higher value still pay larger average dollar amounts, some neighbourhoods with lower values will see their rates increase by a greater percentage than the average. In February, following months of work looking at options, we proposed a draft annual plan with an overall rates increase of 5.68. This took into account the impact of revaluations and the rising costs of council. People have been very clear over the last several years about what they want. Keep rates down, improve basic infrastructure and maintain our community services, while protecting our waterways, our water supplies, and cleaning up our environment and in reducing our emissions. People have told us to lift our game when delivering on these expectations. Some steps we are taking in this annual plan include kept the total rate rise under the rate of inflation, maintained existing levels of service, kept our capital program based on what we can actually deliver, maintained our living wage employer status, which is important, and setting up the roving council maintenance crews to repair footpaths. Our council also made the decision to propose some specific one-off adjustments for the 23-24 financial year to keep rates increases down without cutting services. These include reducing the number of vacancies that are being filled, utilising our subvention receipt revenue, and disposing of unused council properties. Through May and March, the community had the opportunity to have their say and give us a steer on what they would like to see. We received 811 submissions and heard from 115 submitters in person. This was very helpful to give us a direction for the setting of the final annual plan. There are significant areas we heard differing views throughout consultation. Councillors also have differing views on these topics. These are increasing the average daily water allocation to 900 litres for excess water from 700 litres, reducing the uniform annual charge to $50, utilising $1 million from the Community Endowment Fund to offset rates. We will discuss these topics individually and decide how to proceed before our final annual plan is adopted. The outcomes of these debates will determine what overall rates increase figure, what it will be. Since February, several amendments to the draft annual plan have also come up. Amendments advised by staff are based on additional information, submissions analysis and council decisions since the end of February. This includes bringing forward capital funding for Te Kaha because we know how well the team is progressing down there. This will result in lower rates impact towards the end of the project when it was originally budgeted. We have also put forward some amendments after listening to people who submitted. Now, this is a moving feast as the team keep working. So we won't know the final rates rise until all the amendments are voted on. The plan today is to work through the amendments to the draft plan before we finalise the plan, which will start on the 1st of July. I'll now ask Dawn to have a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to thank all our staff and the elected members for their incredible hard work in bringing this annual plan forward. Budgeting is always a mammoth task, but in exceptional and unusual years, it is even sometimes more fraught. And on that note, I'd like to welcome our new members and their experience of their first annual plan and hope it hasn't been too traumatic for you. I also want to thank residents and the organisations that came forward to fully engage in the consultation process. And importantly, as a result, amendments have been proposed as part of the annual plan, taking into consideration views of the public. Setting a budget is always a challenge, and in these exceptional times, it is even more challenging. And it's about getting the balance right for the coming year and weighing that against future years, remembering that this is an annual plan and not a long-term plan process. The one thing I ask of elected members today is that as you consider your amendments and going to debate, you remember about that balancing act and that not only are you a ward councillor, but you are also representing the whole of the city. So I'd now like to hand back to the Mayor so we can go into the audit and risk matters.
We will now kick things off the audit and risk report. Jake will give us a very in-depth and thorough report.
Thank you, Mr.
An
Mayor.
update of the committee's recommendations. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you. Look, it's important I state that Audit and Risk Management Committee considered the information presented by staff regarding the 23-24 annual plan process. We reviewed the key assumptions and management sign-offs. ARMC agreed the annual plan process was robust and appropriately leveraged what was learnt from the prior year and improvements subsequently made. ARMC resolved to advise Council of that an appropriate and effective process has been followed. ARMC was advised that there may be some minor technical amendments to the version of the annual plan endorsed by the committee and that they are immaterial. ARMC complimented the team on striking a reasonable balance between recommending a publicly palatable rate increase whilst formulating a plan that delivered against council outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Very good. I now invite council officers to present the annual plan report and presentation regarding the annual plan.
Thank you, Mr.
Peter and
Mayor.
Leah, thank you.
Look, just a brief introduction before I go over to Leah around the financial side of things. A little context around this report. As the Chief Executive has foreshadowed, this isn't a strategic overview of the city's plans for the future. It's an update to the 21 LTP. The big picture review will be next year's LTP. Having said that, staying abreast of change is vital because this has been a particularly turbulent year. I think you all know the mantra by now. We've had post-COVID headaches. We've had interest, inflation and cost of living hits, supply chain, skill shortages, and of course the Christchurch environment is always dynamic anyway. So if you add all that up, there's been a lot of change from, say, September last year when interest rates were at record lows and all of those things we remember, but they seem like a long time ago. It's taken a lot of briefings to get from the draft and the final to get to this point and to get the steer from council on where we are with the average residential property rates increase of 6.52. as Councillor McClellan said, it's underpinned by advice from ARMC on a fit-for-purpose process. I think this is a good point to for Leah to step you through what has actually changed in our working environment, and I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Peter. Kia ora, everyone, and welcome to Budget Day. Whilst today the decisions making lies with you all, as your CFO, I have the honour of setting the financial scene. On Friday, we held our Leaders Forum where we pulled all our leaders of council together. And on that day, we heard from two inspirational speakers, Rakahei Tau, who talked about our New Zealand history, and Sir Ian Taylor, who talked about how the laying of our footsteps impact our future. Thinking about this made me consider our most recent past. The ability to adapt to changing environment is a skill most in Christchurch have had to master over the last 13 years. However, we often forget the actual quantum of those impacts, and sometimes it's important to look back and reflect. Whilst they say a picture paints 1,000 words, as I'm an accountant, I wanted to show you how numbers paint a story for me, and hopefully you too. The following two slides reflect a comparison. Two slides reflect a comparison of numbers from June 2010, so pre-earthquake, 7 years later in June 2017, and the latest forecast for 2023. And our numbers show an interesting story. GDP. So when GDP goes up, the economy is generally thought to be doing well. Meanwhile, weak growth signals that the economy is doing poorly. If GDP falls from one quarter to the next, then growth is negative. And this often brings with it falling incomes, lower consumption, and job cuts. No surprise why things seem so tough in 2023. Record high inflation is still a long way off the reserve target of 0 to 3%, meaning things are costing a lot more and requiring interest rates to be risen to try and reduce spending. Record lower unemployment means our labour market is tight, and with the average house price doubling in the last 13 years, means our residents have either large mortgages, high rents, or they are asset rich and cash poor. And yet our population is only just over pre-earthquake levels, and household incomes, unlike our costs, have not doubled. Not surprising, our council numbers have also changed significantly in 13 years as our city has recovered from the devastating earthquakes. It is fair to say we're a different council with different needs to what we were then. Our capital spending has increased 145%, and to fund this, we've had to go from negative debt, and yes, that means we actually had money in the bank, to a debt position we hold today of $1.2 billion, and that doesn't include what's sitting on our holdings company balance sheet. Rates have had to grow even faster, in part because dividends have reduced, and in real terms, on average, our rates increase each year for the last 13 years has been 6%, doubling the average residential rates that our residents pay. Yet household incomes have only increased on average 3.7% a year. Financing costs have become significant, interest and our insurance. And what's worse, this higher inflation environment will keep the pressure on. To quote Charles Dickens, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom and it was the age of foolishness. Christchurch has come a long way in 13 years, and we now have a reborn city, one we are all proud of. But it has come at a cost, and we need to recognise today that the cost compounds every year on our residents and our future generations. So my challenge to you all today, what footsteps are you laying today that will impact the future of our city?
Okay. Look, I've talked to some of these points already. I'm sure you've heard them before, but just to quickly revisit them. We are here to look at the city as a whole, and one of the underpinning principles of this annual plan was to maintain our levels of service and to retain the option of reviewing those for the upcoming LTP. There's also the issue of affordability versus deliverability and stewardship of the asset base. The QV revaluation has been a subject of intense discussion. It's not something we conduct, it's something we have to work with, and its impacts have been profound in many ways. This is a summary of the thematic analysis presented to councillors on the feedback from our community. I'm not going to line by line it today for obvious reasons, but the overwhelming message that came out of this is that our community often has very strongly differing views on the same topics. There was no easy line or thread or theme emerging here that said, do it this way, that's what everybody wants. There's strong divisions around things in particular like transport, but also our community facilities, our footpaths, roads, parks, etc. So this is not an easy path for councillors or staff. There's no simple breadcrumb trail here to follow, but it is part of the picture of the decision-making process. We have had a very thorough examination of what the community told us, and as I said, the picture was not altogether clear, although it was clear on some subjects. That information is available to you, has been for some time in your folders, and will be available to the community as well. Now, there's the story here of how we got to where we are in the financial sense. There's 2 slides. I think, Leah, perhaps, did you want to talk through this one? Or do you want to, or do you think, feel that you've addressed this sufficiently, starting at 14.6 and working through to where we are now?
Noting that the report B has got the changes from the draft to here detailed out.
Yeah, that's very clear to where we got to.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, at this point, there's some procedural issues to deal with before we can move to the Big 4 amendments.
Okay. Are you all done?
Yep, all done.
Thank you, Peter and Leah. That's great. Now, have councillors got any questions of staff on what they've just told us? Nope. Thank you. I'd like to move it. Pauline seconding it. I'll put it straight to the vote unless anyone's busting for a debate. All those in favour? Against? Thank you very much. Carried. So that we can better deal with amendments, we will now temporarily suspend standing orders. 17.5, members to speak only once, may speak only once. 17.6, limits on the number of speakers. 18.1, general procedure for speaking and moving of motions. 18.8, foreshadowed amendments. And 18.9, lost amendments. I'll move that. Have I got a Tim? Thank you very much. I'll put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Right. I will now move to the amendments to the draft annual plan. Following briefings, we were able to send proposed amendments through in advance. Staff have been clear that if there are any amendments raised today, they may not be able to provide adequate advice. If that is the case, then I will rule the amendment out of order because we will not have enough information to make a proper decision. The process today will be that, firstly, we have the 4 amendments, which I call the Big 4, we agreed to debate. These are utilising the $10 million in subventions to offset rates, returning the daily excess water allowance to 700 litres, reducing UAGC to $50, utilising $500,000 of the Capital Endowment Fund to offset rates. For each amendment, we will move and second the amendment. Staff will provide an overview on the topic and you'll be able to ask questions, and then we'll move into debate, just like we normally do on any council day. Second, we have what we term the blue amendments, which are noting amendments. Amendments A to M. It also has the name of the councillor who raised it in the report, and we will debate and vote on this as a block. Assuming that it is carried, councillors can ask, if they want to have no votes on any specific provision noted. Then thirdly, we will work through the individual council amendments. These will be worked through in 3 categories: parks and property, transport and waste management, and all other amendments. I think it's only about 10 of them. I think it might be 12. For each of these 3 categories, I will ask the councillors who proposed it to speak to it. If the amendment is seconded, it will then go forward. There will be only one debate on the whole category. We will then vote on each amendment separately, so don't worry, you're not doing it in a group. And lastly, we will move and second the debate and vote on the staff recommendation regarding the disposal of council-owned properties. This is based on the list draft plan. This is based on the list draft plan list of 2 properties identified by the residents. They will be excluded. That is 2M Waipapa Ave, Diamond Harbour, and Palarenas Road, Woolston. by Tyrone and Jake. We will keep these debates and questions throughout the amendments focused on the topic in front of us. When we come back with the final plan to adopt, after all the amendments are done, there will be a chance for a wider debate on the entire annual plan. Everyone can do that. So that's a chance to make any overarching points that you want to make. Once all the amendments have been dealt with, then we will resume standing orders. They will then take a break for staff to work through the financial impact of any amendments and report back to us with the final numbers. Staff have told us that they will know at this point whether they can do the calculations today or whether we'll have to adjourn and come back on Thursday. Now that I've just finished reading War and Peace, we're back onto amendments, and for reference, we're starting with the amendments in my commentary. Right. So, have we got it up there? We will start with my recommendation on advice of the Chief Executive on subvention receipts. I will move it. Sam will second it. Are there any questions for staff? Pauline? Yep.
I'd like to move an amendment, please, that the council increase the amount of plan subvention receipts by 5 million in each year, 23, 24, etc.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I'll need a seconder.
Yeah, Jake's happy to second that. So we go through the first one, is that right?
So you're making an amendment, not a foreshadowed amendment? So it'll be the amendment first?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. So the amendment is, where am I looking?
5. It's not been changed.
I need to read it properly. Don't I?
Change the numbers, yeah.
Just waiting for the number to be changed.
Just ask for clarity. Is that 5 million in 24, 25 and 23, 24? Is it 5 million in each year or 10 million in each year, or is that total across the 2 years?
Each year.
Okay.
So it would be 20 million,
Oops, sorry, that was me.
and this reduces it to 10 million.
That's right.
Correct. Yeah, but 2 different tax years.
Isn't it? Before you debate, you want to get the staff advice.
Okay. So we'll get staff advice on the amendment then, please.
It's on screen. It just needs to be thrown on screen up there.
So just while we're waiting for that to come up, I'll just say, so we're in an unusual year with for subventions, where we have additional subventions available in the next 2 years due to changes in tax legislation last year. Normally we'd only budget for approximately 2 million a year, and we would use that to reduce our rates impact. And any extra we would take as surplus and request council after year end to apply that surplus for debt reduction. Next year we have additional receipts forecast, and due to the significant times we are in, it is staff recommendation to consider applying more of those forecast receipts to reduce rates this year. Staff recommend to use this rates reduction for FY24 to recognise compensation for the impact of the kaha spend being earlier than planned, which in effect increases our F24 requirement and reduces F26 of a 0.41%. The LTP process next year, which will require changes to reflect deliverability of our capital plan in 25 and beyond. So our current plan FY25 rates increase will change regardless. Recognising the current environment our residents are in with high inflation and the impact of revaluation, this is really the only year that we would recommend taking significant one-off receipts.
Shall I speak to it briefly?
Yes, Pauline, you can speak to it.
Thank you, and thanks for that, Leah. And I appreciate the benefit that the 10 million level of subvention will bring us in a rate relief, and we all welcome that. But I just have a concern for the future, and particularly for where we're going to end up in a couple of years if we use the 10 million. And normally we use it for, you use it for debt relief, and this year we're proposing to use it for rate relief. So I'm proposing a compromise where we, instead of using the 10 million, we use 5 million. It would give me a little bit more comfort in the future. I'm concerned that we'll be facing in the future we may have to slash our capital program or be forced to sell assets, stop the cycleways. I don't know, but we do have an option next year to readdress this. So I would actually be proposing the 5 million as a compromise to give myself comfort as a decision maker around this table today.
Okay, Tim, and then Yanni.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this amendment. The reason I am not going to support it is $10 million per year over 2 years is actually going to give relief to those families who have perhaps added to their mortgage to survive COVID with their businesses. And that is something really to take on board, because we talk about COVID, etc., but around this table we have a guaranteed 6-figure salary. There are a lot of families who have added to their mortgages to survive through COVID. There are some that have not had vision for the future and just thought the interest rates were going to stay low. Mortgages have risen, and so have interest rates on those loans. So there are a lot of people sweating at the moment. So I think if we can keep the rates as low as possible at this stage, will allow those families and individuals to rebalance their sheet and hopefully have time to take a breath.
Tim, have you got a question of
We're sort of still the questions. No. But that's right. You've had your debate. That's brilliant. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So if you've got a question at the end, that would be excellent.
Yeah. If you want to make up a question for debate, you help yourself. No, you're on a roll. Yanni, please.
Thank you. Thanks for staff for the advice that they put up. Can they put it back up? And I was just wondering, can you just advise what the $5 million does in terms of that?
0.8%.
Yeah, 0.8, approximately 0.8. It's basically half.
So in the following year, what would happen? No, you wouldn't. You'd actually have extra, because if the rates aren't as low as they are this year, I presume that you would generate additional revenue that would carry forward. I think last time when staff put up the advice, what they show you over time is increased or decreased rates increases in the following year because of the way that it's done. So I just was trying to just because that table is really good, I guess I just don't quite understand what that looks like in 2020.
It depends on what you use. So if you use the 5 or 10 million the following year, obviously it reduces debt, our opening debt positions less. So yes, your rates will be lower in the following years. Correct. But the point is that none of us know what's going to happen once we go through an LTP. So we don't really know what that rate's impact is going to be in 25, 26.
Right. So the 0.5 would take if we went to the 5 million.
Yep.
We would be at 7.9.
Oh, sorry. It was in that email that I just sent.
Oh, is it in the email? Okay, sorry.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
All good.
7.13.
And just in terms of the tax changes I'm just trying to understand what the risk is if we don't take the full subvention amount now. What's the risk that option won't be available next year or the year after?
Look, this receipts, as long as the tax numbers come through, we will receive this based on the tax. So we're using losses that we've accumulated, right? So that's why it's an unusual year for the next 2 years. So it's not that it disappears. It's not a timing thing. It's just that we will need to use it in the next 2 years, and then they will reduce back to about $1 million a year because of the tax changes.
And given that our companies are doing better than forecast, does that make a difference?
Yeah, that's because there's more tax profits, plus the tax laws changed, so that way Airport and Orion, who are not wholly owned, could actually come into it. That's the reason we've only ever had 2 million, is because we've had more losses than we have had tax profits.
Sorry, what I was asking is we've got F&P tomorrow, and what we can see is some of our companies are doing better than what we forecast. If our companies do really well over the next 12 months, does that change the quantum of subvention that we can get?
This is relating to the current year we are in now, so it's the tax year we're in. So our year end finishes this week, June, for most of our entities, and this is relating to that tax year. So it's the tax return that they will complete for this year, and then next year, if they do really well, it relates to the following year. But to a certain extent, it depends on it's our losses that will be the determining factor, how much the receipt is, not the tax profits, because we're going to run out of losses.
Okay, thank you. Victoria.
Thank you. Leah, you're an experienced CFO. I'm really keen to understand where your comfort levels are with this, with the first recommendation for 10 million. And in your introduction, you talked about our ability to adapt. Is this an example of our ability to adapt and to pull the levers? I'm just keen to understand where your comfort level is.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is, as I've been very clear about, one-off receipts is always a thing that we don't tend to try and do because it has that impact the following years. We are in unusual times. You'll see just from our draft, going out at a draft was 5.68, and then we were up where we are with things that are happening to us, not, that are outside our control. We were asked to look for levers that we could pull. That was what was challenged to the officers, and what we are saying, here is your option. You do not have to take today. You can choose to put rates to the 7.9. What we're recommending, as your CFO is going, we believe this is an unusual situation. There's a few things that are aligning, and it really is the only year that I would recommend it because we're in the final year of our LTP and we're about to start a new one, and we know we have to make some changes.
Thank you. Tyler?
Kia ora, Leah. Just for public knowledge, just talk to me about if we split up the 5 and 5 over this financial year and next. What does that look like for next year? Is that paying debt down or is that to offset rates?
The additional 5 million you would put towards debt, or you could actually apply it to rates if you wanted the following year, which would have an impact of, again, 0.8 next year, reduced, or your debt would be less, obviously impact because of capital.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess the common argument is we can talk about this during long-term plan. If we take the 10, then we can fight with things at the long-term plan. Can you talk to me about how, because I haven't been through a long-term plan process before, how minute the back and forth can get between projects, capital projects? Are we talking about the tens of thousands that we argue on, or are we talking about the millions?
I haven't been through one either, Tyler.
I can probably pick that one up.
Okay.
The answer is both. We start off and proposing, per the letter of expectation, to start off at the high level of the overall program.
Yep.
And looking at what's in it and its deliverability. Then working, it was a series of workshops with councillors down to the horse trading, if you like, of projects above and below the line. So Councillor Templeton is right, it's both. It does go down to that level of detail, but it starts up at the top.
Okay.
The only thing I'd say about the LTP, though, you need, that budget was set 3 years ago, right? The world has changed a lot in everything we do. So it won't necessarily be going, we will need to look at the costs because we have a requirement to look at not only our deliverability, which we know is restricted, and we knew we couldn't deliver it in the last 3 years, and we need to actually come to the conclusion of what we can deliver, but aligned with that is what we can afford, what our residents can afford. So there will be hard decisions made in the LTP.
So how far would $5 million get us in the long-term plan process?
In regards to rates?
Like capital projects or debt, things like that. What's the impact?
Rates, if we treat it like revenue, it's 0.8. Capital, I'm looking at Bruce here to do the numbers. He's not listening.
I caught you off guard here. I just thought about this during.
0.1. 5 million.
Probably less.
0.1. Very little.
0.05.
Okay. Okay.
Thank
That's
you.
cool. Thanks.
Thank you. Melanie?
So Leah, you said that this is, you've got models basically going into the future to work out like what the tax losses and profits are, etc. So, and then you said, what my question really is with those forecasts, what sort of scenarios could happen where those would not be accurate and where then we might have an issue in the future if we take this route?
Because this one for next year, FY24, the tax year is almost finished. Touch wood, nothing happens in the next 3 days. Pretty much their forecast profits are set. Their tax is a bit different because there's a few ins and outs, but they are not usually significantly different. So we're pretty confident with our forecast for next year. The following year, which will be the following year, will depend on, look what happened in COVID. The taxable profit happened at airport, reduced very quickly. So, it's the following year that would probably be more impact.
You're good, Mel? Mel, you're good? Good. Okay, thank you very much. So just for everyone, what will if we do the 5 million, how much will that make the rates increase be? Just for clarity.
0.13.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are now going to put the amendment, which is...
No. Question.
7.13 for this year, but this is going for 2 years. So in the second year, what is the rates saving?
Well, we don't know where we're going to put it. We don't know whether we're going to take it off debt repayment or rates. That will be the question that we'll be having in 12 months' time.
But if you have the rates at 7.13, you raise additional revenue within the next 12 months. That then means if you bring the subvention in later, you actually get
We have to
a
take
bigger
this-
reduction than
Yes.
0.8. So I'll just try to, I don't need the quantum, I'll just try to understand next year, what would do we know what the effective percentage off rates would be, not knowing what the exact rate level is, just the percentage that this would save?
Have you got an answer for that, Leah, please?
And
Thinking on your feet.
So that was the wording of the original Mayor's amendment that had 10 million on it over 23, 24, 24, 25. I just substituted the 10.
But could Leah answer the question?
So have you
So
got
if
an
we
answer to what...
reduce-
Sorry, you're on, Leah.
So if we reduce it to 5 million this year, which means we have, in theory, everything being the same, we'll have an additional 5 million, which we can apply to the following year, which will in total would be, essentially, if we wanted to take it on the following year, will be 15 million. I'm looking at Bruce. Come on, Bruce. 15 million, which essentially is 1.2, isn't it?
He's coming.
All things being equal. But what the part of the puzzle that we don't know, and that's if we apply it to revenue, rates, reducing rates revenue the following year. If we apply it to rates, essentially it'll be 15 million, which won't be as effective.
That's right. You can only have the rates reduction once.
You can have the rates reduction once, essentially. So yeah, but the part of the puzzle that we don't know for FY25 is what our starting point is, what the rates, we can look at what the LTP says it should be, which is about the 11, I think, %, but we don't know, because we don't know what happens with inflation. We don't know what happens with interest rates. We don't know, we can all forecast it, but that's when it gets a bit more crystal ball.
We've got a good idea from the F&P agenda tomorrow that everything is costing a lot more than what we're budgeting, so.
Yeah, but high inflation is reducing.
But to be fair, Leah, we didn't 12 months ago. We didn't know we'd be in this situation. It's very
Exactly
hard
right.
to crystal ball. Another 12 months, we could be the same, worse or better.
18 months ago, we were looking at a negative OCR.
That's right. So I think we've done this to death, have we? So
Now into debate.
okay. So now debate. Who would like to debate? Tim's had his debate, so he's out of. Right. Anyone else like to have any debate? James?
Yeah, look, there's an opportunity for council to offset its tax losses essentially with subvention payments within the group, and I think this just makes sense. So, yep, there'll be some work to do next year come LTP, and I'm fine with that. But I definitely don't favour choosing to thrash our residents more than they already are being thrashed by high interest rates, a cost of living crisis, and when our country is literally right now in recession. So, yep, take the 10 million today. It's what I do. It's what our own staff are recommending we do, and it's what our residents need us to do.
Okay, Kelly.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to support this. Look, I mean, you have to remember where it came from. We asked our staff to go away and look for more, and they did, and came back to with a solution that many of us didn't know existed. We've got an opportunity. It's going to provide rates relief, significant, and I think we should take it with both ends. Thanks.
Okay, Jake.
Look, I'm encouraging councillors to do the prudent thing and not recognise the additional 10 million of subvention receipts, remembering, of course, that $14 million has already been recognised and that has already been used to reduce the burden on our people this year. I worry that recognising an additional $10 million and therefore not rating for it is short-termism of the highest order. I feel that we'd be better placed to take a more conservative approach. We should wait until we actually receive a final sum and then make a decision on its best use from there. My preferred alternative use would be that we use the funds to pay down debt, but if councillors are of a mind to use these funds for rate relief, as we're suggesting today, then alternatively we could still do that in the next financial year, remembering the consequences of high inflation and a rising cost of living will be with us for some time. Now again, that's not my first preference. I think we should use this money for debt reduction and to improve our underlying financial position. But no matter what side of the fence you sit on, debt reduction or rate relief, I think the argument to decide what to do with this money upon actually receiving this money is compelling. And I must remind councillors, there is a real way to ease the debt burden, either the burden on people, and that is to support the option to reduce the uniform annual general charge. That will get relief. That will get relief to those who actually need it most in a long-term and structural way that is rates neutral.
Okay, Victoria.
Thank you. We really are in extraordinary times, and staff have confirmed to us that they would not be recommending the 10 million subvention credits if they didn't think that we could manage it safely. Our financial position is precarious, to say the least, and our ability to adapt is critical. And thanks for pointing that out to us, Leah, in your introduction. With the financial pressures on our households being front of mind for me, now is the time to pull all of our levers. Now is the time to lessen the burden on our ratepayers. And I think that using our subvention credits is one of those levers, our ability to adapt with maximum effect. I think it's smart financial management, and I think I really urge my colleagues to focus on the people of Christchurch now and to support the original proposal of subvention credits for 10 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. I also thank staff for the work they've done on this. They know a lot more about the financial stuff than most of us around this table, so yeah, I do value what you bring to the table. And I think this is a really extraordinary situation we find ourselves in, and we do need to do everything we can to get this rates increase burden down. And I will certainly be supporting the original 10 million rather than the 5 million, because we need to be big and bold today and make this as sharper impact to help our ratepayers that we can. So could I challenge those around the table to please be bold, please think of the ratepayers who are going to be hurting in this, and support the original rather than the amendment. And also thinking of the UAGC, if you're thinking of trying to help the lower end ratepayers with the UAGC reducing, could I also suggest to you that this subvention is an even sharper way of making bigger impact? So, please support it.
Thank you, Mark. Sarah?
We do seem to always be in extraordinary times in Otatahi, Christchurch, and that makes every annual plan and long-term plan extraordinary and therefore completely normal for us. And so I don't see these particular circumstances as being extraordinary. They're just a different, if you know what I mean. However, the one thing this time that is extraordinary is the rates revaluation that has had a disproportionate impact on lower value properties in our city. And that's why today, I'll just do the one debate across those three things. I will be voting for the staff recommendation for the subvention receipts. I will be voting to lower rates by keeping the excess water supply targeted rate at 700 litres. And I'll be voting for the lowered UAGC.
Thank you. Andre.
Thank you. As a new council, the first year is always somewhat disappointing because you're working on the last council's long-term plans. You're very limited for what options you've actually got in front of you and what you can do. But this council voted no to exploring some of the options that we may have had. This council voted no to exploring levels of service. So our options are very, very, very limited and to get us in the position we've got today. So what we do have is an option that gives us a small amount of breathing room and the opportunity to have rates below the rate of inflation. Then come the long-term plan, we will have options in front of us where we've got the options to either make some unpopular decisions and find some savings, or we can keep going and keep spending on everything we possibly can. It is kicking down a can down the road, but if we come back here again next year and try and chuck in a couple of hundred amendments and all these projects we may not be able to deliver anyway, we're going to have the same problem next year, same problem we're having again this year. Sarah is 100% correct. It is extraordinary times every year, and goodness knows what's in store for us over the next year. There's no such thing as a quiet year. I like to pretend there is, but anything could happen. But that just re-emphasises the need to actually find savings where we can. But this is one option we have in front of us. Thank you very much, staff, for doing so. And I think we should take it. We've got an opportunity to have our rates below the rate of inflation. I think we should take that opportunity. So I'll be voting for the 10 mil. Thank you.
Thank you, mate. Tyrone.
So I just want to speak in favour of Pauline's amendment. So look, staff have done an amazing job to get us here. There's no doubt about that. If we accept the amendment, we'll be presenting a rates rise below the rate of inflation already, which is a monumental achievement. Will we manage the same thing next year? I ask you. So I'll just finish with it is a part of the wise man to keep themselves today for tomorrow and not to venture all his eggs in one basket.
Sam.
I was going to start by saying I'm going to copy Sarah, but I don't mean that literally in terms of the way you're voting, but just mentioning all three at once. So I won't support the amendment, but I'll support the staff recommendation. I will support the water being at 900 and then support the UGAC not dropping. So I'll just get them out of the way now. But the only thing I would say is I actually really enjoy these days because it really does, I think, encourage a really good professional debate around the council table, and we should really reflect on these days and do them as much as possible in our normal meetings as well.
Thank you very much. So, to Melanie and then Tyler.
Fiscally responsible people focus on paying off debt now to save money later. Fiscally irresponsible people put off paying debt so they can feel momentarily more well off. We all know the downside of this is not just that the debt needs to be paid off at a later date, but there's also more in accumulated interest. Financial lunacy. Supporting the full increase in subvention payment is not doing the best by our residents. It's the equivalent of handing some free lollies to them this year to sweeten them up, but then turning up next year asking them to pay for those lollies along with the interest we could have saved. Don't be fooled by this sweetener. I think the risk in future years is too great. As Jake said, the current financial situation the world finds itself in now is not going away anytime soon and could get significantly worse. Taking the full subvention payment now may well leave a nasty taste in our mouth in time to come, and it will mean we have less ability to adapt when that time comes.
Tyler?
Kia ora koutou. I will be in support of the Deputy Mayor's amendment in light of the fact that I absolutely understand the strain that are on households. For me, being in Christchurch has been one of the biggest joys of my life, being able to be in the city and represent the city, particularly the Riccarton ward. But not just that, I always think about the future, as everyone knows, and thinking about paying this debt down, we argue between each other around, not really around the issue, but more about how we do it. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I am trying to look at a balanced approach in paying debt down while also providing some relief to those households that are actually getting hit pretty hard. You know, we all know that the cost of living crisis is happening all around. Every single person's being affected in this country, and I do see positives in both aspects. I will talk on the other ones too, actually, to make it really quick, same as Sam and Sarah. Is I'm in support of keeping it at 700, and I am also in support of the UAGC that Jake has put across. I'm looking forward to seeing how we work out our first annual plan, and it's exciting for someone who's new into council to see what this happens. And I don't know what the LTP is going to look like, so I would really like to keep some money to see if we can hold to our word in the long-term plan discussions, which I'm looking forward to very, very much. There's so many exciting things I'm looking forward to, Mr. Mayor.
I'll hold you to this.
But I appreciate staff's work on this and across the whole annual plan process. These sheets are phenomenal. The work that Kathy has done is phenomenal. It's made it so easy for newly elected members to get their head around things. And we do know that there are zeros after zeros after zeros, which we have to look at, on top of a lot of words. The whole dictionary is in a lot of these agendas and the papers that we see before us. Therefore, I'll finish by saying thank you and remembering that I've got this thing, the saying, everyone's talking about sayings now. My favourite one is by Bruce Lee. It's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war, which means always be prepared for something that's in front of us and being put into situations that make you feel uncomfortable, quite like this one. You know, there are those decisions, but we don't actually quite know where we want to lean. So therefore, we need to try and be brave. And after we make those decisions, we sit back and say, actually, Tyler, if you made the wrong decision, live with it and move on to the next one. Kia ora.
Okay, so I think we've all... Pauline? Yep.
I'll just wind up.
Yeah, wind away.
Wind away. Hang on a minute. What do you call it? The hoody-goody out.
Yep.
Look, this has been a really good debate. There's no right or wrong here. It's just, I think I'd rather take a cautionary approach to this. And as others have mentioned, we do have next year to readdress this as well. And yeah, goodness knows what's in store for us. I think this is the time for a cautionary approach and to give people some rate relief this year, and we've got the opportunity to do it again next year. We could give a bigger amount of rate relief this year, and it could be a bigger hike next year, which would not go down very well at all. And as Councillor McClellan's pointed out already, there's already been $14 million used for subvention, put aside for subvention. So what we're talking about here is another 10, or in my amendment, another 5. There's no quick fix for the global economic situation. It's not going to miraculously disappear for people. We do not know how long the pain is going to continue. So I think keeping something up our sleeves for next year to avoid a potential big hike is a good move. I'm exercising financial caution. And if we do accept the 10 million subvention, we will be delivering a rate increase below inflation, which is actually a rate cut. But we're still expected to deliver, with our inflationary pressures, the same levels of service. In fact, people have come in and asked for more. So, as I said, there's no right or wrong. It's been a really interesting debate, and I do hope you'll support a cautionary, fiscally responsible approach.
Okay, so can everyone see on the screen above me, and I'll read it out. This is Pauline and Jake's. The council increases the amount of the planned subvention receipts by $5 million in each of 23-24 and 24-25 to reduce the rates requirements in those years. Now, I imagine we'll do division. Is that the easiest way, I think? Thank you. Kathy?
The Mayor?
No.
Deputy Mayor Cotter?
Yes.
Councillor Peters?
No.
Councillor Harrison Hunt? Yes. Councillor Coker?
No.
Yeah.
Councillor Fields? Councillor Donovan?
You there, Celeste?
Just one second.
If you can't speak, you could indicate with your thumb up or down.
For the amendment or against?
I think she's pointing to the ground.
Give us a sign.
I think she's writing something down on a piece of paper.
You could always come back to here.
Just give her a second.
Give us some time.
I'll come back. Councillor Henstock?
No.
Councillor Moore?
No.
Councillor Goff?
No.
Councillor Johansson? Councillor Kewen?
No.
Councillor MacDonald?
No.
Councillor Barber?
No.
Councillor McClellan?
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett?
No.
Councillor Templeton? Councillor Donovan?
No.
Aha.
Is it clear?
That's good.
Lovely and clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste. Okay, got them all?
So that's 4 for yes, 13 for no.
So thank you very much. So that has lost. Thank you.
So we go to substantive.
So we'll now go to the main event, which I will read out, which I can't see. Thank you. The council increases the amount of the planned subvention receipts by $10 million in each of 23-24 and 24-25 to reduce rates requirements in those years. And we'll do division again.
Ready? That's you.
Councillor Kewen,
Yes.
Councillor McClellan,
No.
Councillor MacDonald,
Yes.
Councillor Henstock,
Yes.
Councillor Moore,
Yes.
Councillor Scandrat,
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt, Councillor Coker, Councillor Fields, Councillor Peters,
Yes.
the Mayor,
Yes.
Councillor Templeton, Councillor Barber,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cotter,
No.
Councillor Johansson, Councillor Donovan,
Yes.
Councillor Goff.
Yes.
Okay.
That's 12 for yes, 4 for no, and 1 for abstain.
So that is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll move on to the next one. So Melanie's going to move it and Pauline's seconding it, and we'll have the staff presentation. Thank you.
Hello, guys. You're on.
Did you want us to?
I can open it if you like, or do you want to go straight into it?
If you can open it, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Well, the most interesting feature of the community feedback we had on this was that it was precisely down the middle. I mean, literally down the middle. So there's no clear steer there from our community on which way this should go. That's, of course, one input into the debate. The other parts are perhaps more objective in a way or scientific. And we have subject matter experts here to help step you through the science. But there's also some some updated figures. Excuse me. You may recall looking at trends on water use and peak water use during the briefings around this. We've got some more up-to-date information, which is part of this presentation. So I'll hand over.
Thank you. That's where I do come in. I've been asked to just provide you with some updated figures regarding not only water consumption, but again to reiterate the water demand implications. First of all, this histogram is similar to what was previously presented to you. It reflects the water consumption, which is the average water consumption at the customer point for the summer of financial year 2022, previously referred to the summer of 21. In Three Waters, when we talk about a summer, we normally talk from November 2021, from November to March. The next year, that's normally our peak periods. So this graph is slightly different because it looks at that entire period, and also noting that it's an average because it reflects meter readings of customer meters once every 3 months. So it's an average customer usage. So the graph shows essentially, or showed before, that about 78% of properties or customers uses approximately 52% of the water, and that the average demand over summer for those customers are, are 989, and the median demand is 480. Now, median demand of 480 means that 50% of the customers uses an average of 480 litres of water a day only, whereas 78% used less than 700 litres a day. Now we go to the next summer, which is the summer of FY 2023, showing the same data, histogram, and it shows the increase in the number of customers that is actually using less than 700 litres of water on average a day. It increased from the 78% to 82% of customers, and it also reflects, sorry, my glasses, it also reflects that now represents 65% of the water. In other words, to also say that it is only 18% of customers that uses on average more than 700 litres a day. You can see, I can show you on the next graph, you will see that the average usage, customer usage over that period, from summer of 21 to summer 22, reduced from 989 average to 790 average. So it's 25% reduction in the peak average water use for customers. The median use, however, is only slightly reduced, again showing that most customers, or 50% of customers, are not so much impacted. Sorry, I just want to, my other graph. It seems that somebody's removed my...
I can't explain that, I'm sorry.
All right. I had a different graph that also showed to you as before presented to council, the impact on the peak demand. You can remember that we showed that there was up to a 30% reduction in peak hour, peak day demand. And essentially, again, reconfirming that when we are looking at the impacts of the excess water use charges, it's not only on the average customer demand that we need to look at. The impact is reflected in our peak demand because we provide our infrastructure to service our peak demand. And for our peak demand, we have reduced, again, a reduction of 21%. In some water supply zones, the reduction has been as high as 40%. So again, what we are saying, total reduction in peak water demand has been 21%, and it's that reduction in the instantaneous peak demand that is measured by our flow meters at the various pump stations, which allows us to tell you that it impacts the future infrastructure long-term plan because it will require us to install less wells in the next 10 years. And as we previously presented to you, it actually reflects a 150 million saving over a 50-year planning period. Yep.
Just have a couple of other comments quickly, if I may. The purpose of all of this was to reduce water use across the city during peak periods and then our total consumption as well. And we've spoken to you about the benefits that we will see if that continues. A real example is in the Parklands area. So we've shown, or Michelle's done the calculations, that we've seen a 41% decrease in water usage, which means we can turn off 2 pump stations. So that will be a reduction in OPEX and it will be a reduction in CAPEX and not having to upgrade those sites to comply with the new rules as we've spoken about previously. If we look at increasing that allowance to 900 litres a day, that's in jeopardy because we don't know what's going to happen. We've had an incredibly successful marketing campaign across the city where we've had huge engagement and seen a really massive behaviour change. So just consider that when you're making your decision.
In other information also that we've provided to you, we've said that if only 25% of the customers should use that extra 200 litres per day over the summer, that we will effectively have lost our peak demand saving that we've realised.
So we are going to be able to put that graph up.
Oh, thank you.
That would be helpful to you. I think it probably would, because the issue here is about peak demand, yeah?
Thank you.
Just 1 minute. I want members to be fully rounded information so that then they can go into the debate fully informed. There we go. It's that number 16.
Number 16 on the left-hand side.
Coming. No, it's got a cross through it. We go back to where we were.
It's maybe because it's hidden.
There, go down to 16.
Go down and
16.
we can
Slide
unhide
16.
it. We can just
That's why I take
unhide
the
it.
cross off it.
It's
it's
there.
there.
Baby.
I'll just unhide it. Sorry. Okay. Never mind.
It's there.
Well done.
Yeah, but it's hidden, so it won't show.
No, it was on screen.
Okay.
Okay,
Just leave it there. Yeah?
leave it there. Right, speak
So-
away.
And
Thank you.
slowly, because that looks quite a complicated.
So this is the graph that I was referring to, where it shows in the grey and the clear graphs, area graphs at the back. First of all, it presents our financial year, starting with July until June, and then it reflects year on year with the past years at the back and the last year FY23 at the front. So you can see the huge difference, and this is data that's from our water supply pump stations that presents instantaneous demand, and that is what is, as we said, that drives our infrastructure, has to be sized to service this peak instantaneous day demand. So you can see that in previous years, it was up there. Financial year 2022, just after the excess charges was introduced, it already had a reduction of 21%. And then financial year 23 is the blue in front, showing the huge drop, not just in the peak period, but also in other parts of the year. But essentially, this huge drop over summer. And that is the drop, as I say, that will give us, alleviate the demand on infrastructure. Thank you.
Okay.
That's very good. Right, we're all done. You're happy down there? 3. Right, we got Tyler, please, and Andre.
Cool.
Questions?
Kia ora.
Questions? Yes, not debate, Tim. Not debate.
So just to be clear, can we just pull back to the residential water use last summer and saying that 3% of properties, residential properties, use 14% of the city's water?
Yes.
Okay. And the 82% of properties use under the proposed 700 amount, or under 900, which means they won't get charged, correct? So 82% of properties won't get charged even if they hit up to that 899 litre
More
mark.
than 82 uses less than 900, 82% actually uses less than 700.
Okay, so if we were going to, say, vote for the 900, does that mean that that goes up to 1100 before they get billed?
No, not necessarily. So at the moment, it's 700 litres plus we apply a $25 emission.
Okay.
So that $25 emission may not apply at that level.
So what's the rates on that $25 emission? How many litres do you need to use over the 700 allowance?
I'd have to do that math.
Okay,
I can't
no,
do
that's
it that
fine.
quickly in my head.
No, that's all right.
Yeah.
But it's 200 a day. It's
25.
It's around
About
$200 a day.
Yeah.
Okay. Now those residentials, do you know where they're coming from? Is
As in by ward, or
are they? It says residential, but it's a huge amount of water. I just can't seem to think why we'd use that amount of water, unless it was an industrial or commercial site.
It's not commercial.
all of this is residential consumption only presented to
okay.
you.
Okay. So essentially, 82% of the city won't be affected by this water rates charge, seeing it if they continue to go this way.
Yep.
Okay.
At 700 litres.
Yeah, it's 700 litres. Cool. The last question was around. I'm just trying to find it. Just for clarity, is there an update on the water leaks and water meter checks going on around the city? I recall there was a certain amount that weren't checked, and there was like shared properties, for example, that some people in our city felt like it was inequitable. Can you just go over those and reflect over those to make sure that we're just being clear here?
So, yeah, I apologise, I don't have the exact number in my head, but it was approximately 18,000 shared connections, and of those, it was well under 300 that would generate a bill if we were billing those properties individually. So for the most part, really high percentage of those shared connections wouldn't get a bill anyway, even if they were separated out.
It's great to know.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Brilliant. Andre?
Thank you. Just, sorry, going back one step on the $25, Richard, you said that there may or may not be that. Well, when's that decision made?
It's largely an administrative thing. So we set the $25 based on a really high number of transactions at that level.
Yeah.
When we go up to that next level of 900 litres plus whatever the remission level is, we've got to look at the total number of transactions. So it's likely it will be a lot less than $25.
Okay. And on the reduction in uses that we've had over the last year, which is very good, whether the limit was 700 or 900, you still had to be more mindful of your use. And presumably people who have received an invoice the last summer will be thinking, bugger, will need to be more mindful next summer. So do you genuinely see the difference between 700 and 900 making a substantial difference in how people are using their water with the need to be mindful anyway?
Again, as I said, you won't see it on the average consumption, but you will see it on the peak demand. And if 25% the users that currently uses more than 700 litres a day, if those users use the 900 litres a day over summer on a weekly basis, you will reduce your savings on your peak demand that you've achieved today.
But it's very hard to keep track of one's water use every day, so presumably you'd have to be more mindful either way. I'm just trying to understand where you see that making a substantial difference to reductions.
Again, it's just it's the difference between an average use and the peak use, and what we've seen to date in terms of the figures, and what we can guess would be the behaviour. If you had a higher allowance, you would use more water readily over the summer period, as what people used to do before the excess water use charges. And therefore we had higher peak demands.
But there would still be that limit of 900, so why would people no longer be mindful?
I think one of the other things to reflect on is the messaging that we've been putting out there around water saving, and that's the key driver here. We've set that 700 litre limit, plus then there's a remission for the $25. But if we now change that and increase the allowance, we're going to have to change all our messaging, and I believe that we'll see a behaviour change there as well.
What would you have to change around the messaging besides the number? Because you're still having that let's use water like you order jingle, which has been driving everyone nuts for some time.
I like it.
Oh, you like it?
Yeah, it's on my YouTube videos.
Yeah,
But,
I mean,
what would change about the messaging? The message is exactly the same, but the number, is it not?
It's up to individuals to
So you wouldn't
reflect
have
on that. I mean, in my mind, if I heard that I was going from 700 litres a day to 900, that says, I can use a lot more water, which then maybe I do, maybe I don't. But that's then when Michelle's comments come in, that if we use that extra 200 litres, you're going to see it in those areas.
Okay.
If everybody leaves the irrigation on for a half hour longer, you will have your peak demands back at the high level that it used to be.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Melanie, did you have a question?
Mine's a financial question, I guess, actually. It's if we increase to 900 litres, like currently, it's the 700 litre, but we don't charge till it gets to 900. So if we up that to 900 litres, and we keep in that $25 no charge to it reaches past that point, what volume will people actually be able to use? It must be over 1,000 litres, I imagine. So we haven't heard anything about that, actually, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, we
so I'd
go
like
up to
to know
11.
what that is.
I will answer
11.50
that.
per day.
Sorry, I'll answer it from here. Am I right to answer from here? So in regards to the extra 25, that was an operational decision. It wasn't a council decision to actually put that don't bill until 25 to take into account what our invoicing are and the cost of invoicing. Like for instance, our commercial water charges get a bill after $20, so it's not 25. So we will assess from an operational point of view at where that peak is. When we've just introduced this new rate, we're getting a lot of calls, we've got extra staff on to cover all of that. So at the moment, the cost of it, every invoice is quite high. However, as people move on and those numbers will come down. So that's why it is an operational decision about where we charge. The resolution you're making is determining where we can charge from, whether it's 900 or for 700. I'm likely it will be less. If we go to 900, we will charge from more than 25, less than 25, but I can't tell you the exact number. That's why it's an operational decision.
Okie dokie, Mel, you got that? Good, good. Marcus?
Thank you. Question for the staff. The nature of a summer being La Nina versus El Nino, is that taken into consideration in your volume presentations? Because I'm picking for the last couple of summers, it's been quite wet summers, so therefore the usage wouldn't have been quite as great. And if we move into a El Nino next year, then I guess the likelihood would be to increase volumes.
We've previously briefed you where we've showed the rain against the demand, and where we didn't necessarily see such a big difference to warrant that was the reason for the difference. So the difference was beyond the fact that you had higher rain in summer in the past year, and it was similar to the rain was similar to previous years, and the demand was high. So therefore we made the conclusion that the impact is really because of behaviour changes of the customers.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kelly, will you hurry up, please?
Thanks, mate. How much of the savings across the city over this period can be attributed to getting our own house in order in terms of leaks, etc.? Because fixing the leaks that we've been responsible for must be a fairly reasonable component of our savings. I mean, can you quantify that?
So the leak program and the leak reduction program is continuously ongoing as is. There wasn't any additional or efforts for leak reduction. I would say there's a program that runs year on year to reduce leaks and to repair leaks. So again, the impact and the reduction in demand is definitely at the customer end, and probably also the reduction in the average demand used by CAF's customers is likely because of private leaks that's been repaired rather than public side leaks.
Sure. So are you saying it's a combination of the reductions that the general public are making because of us highlighting the fact that they're going to be paying for excess water, but also the fact that there's a greater scrutiny on our behalf of leaks?
I think, if you look at, it's hard to quantify how much water or leakage is coming out of every job that we have, but it's the leak repairs have been pretty consistent over the last couple of years, if not a bit longer. We haven't seen a big increase in leak repairs over, say, the last 6-12 months. That's been relatively consistent.
Okay.
The big change has been the introduction of the excess water charge.
Sure. Okay, thanks.
Victoria.
It's okay. My questions were along the same lines as Kelly, so I'm happy to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler.
Just for public knowledge, can you talk to us about the special considerations for large families or those that have medical needs within this structure?
Sure. So we do offer remissions for valid medical reasons, and we have issued and approved a number of those. We also offer them for very large families, as well as for leaks. So if a customer identifies a leak on private property that's generated an excess account, once they get that repaired and provide evidence back to us, we'll apply a remission for those customers.
Right.
Right.
And if the rate goes up to 900, would those 82% of those that usually go under indirectly be paying for those high users through our rates charges?
Sorry, say that
Is it
again.
how it balances out? So if we're talking about subsidising those high users through charging, through our charging. So for example, I'm trying to put this into context. Say we have it at 900.
Yeah.
And would that say that those that are within the sort of 900 to 1,100 litre mark essentially be getting their rates offset by those that are under the usage?
Pretty much, yep.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so now we're ripping into debate. Yanni? This is the last question, then we will get into
So we had a deputation about the invoice not being clear to people when people were receiving the invoice for the excess charges. Has that issue been resolved?
It's underway.
So is it fair that we continue to invoice when
No,
we
it's underway. It's underway.
No, sorry, but we're currently sending invoices out now ahead of it being fixed. When are we likely to have it fixed? And how is it fair that we...
I'd have to confirm that date. I mean, the residents that we've spoken to, that hasn't been we haven't seen any concerns around that. If you've got specific examples,
I think the issue was they came in with an invoice that said it wasn't clear what they were being charged for.
Yeah, and we're looking to resolve that, as well as doing updates online to our water reporter to add in additional information.
Great answer, thank you, Tim. Right, we'll now move into debate. Who would like to debate? No one.
Yeah, resolution.
Right. So can everyone see that? Aaron's got debate. Yeah, Aaron?
Yeah, happy to debate this one because I always supported us going to volumetric charging because that's by far the fairest system, and other cities that have volumetric charging use a lot less water than us. So if the goal was to use less water, that makes the most sense. I did just some people who may use more water aren't necessarily subsidising those that aren't. I looked up in my rates bill just before where I grew up in St John Street in Woolston, which is obviously a low value property, same size house, and the water charge there is $361 a year. Where I live now in Harewood is $729. So the property value dictates how much you already pay for water. And yes, and then your numbers about the average using 480, perfect mathematical number because the average household population in Christchurch is 2.5 people. I live in a house with 5.5 people. So how much water do you think I use? I'll get chocolate fish for anyone that can double 490. It's around 1,000 because that's exactly how much water our house uses. So this here goes after people in a way that is not fair, not equitable, not anything else. Pure volumetric charging where you pay for every litre you use would be the fairest way. That way, knock yourself out, water your garden all day long if you want to because you're paying for every litre, but you will think about it every litre that comes out of your hose, and that's what works in other cities. This here has thrown the baby out with the drinking water and has not got us a good outcome, I believe. And the other answer around the leaks, getting our own house in order, I agree that yes, we should have got our own house in order, and we have been, because I know now when I put in a call for leaks, they're often repaired within the day. I take photo of the leak, I post it, great job guys. That used to be weeks. There's a thing when you run a hose for days and days or weeks on end, it's called a cumulative effect. You've got more water has come out. That cumulative effect's now a lot shorter because the time to the repair is a lot quicker. So yes, our house is getting in order a lot quicker, and we should be very proud of that. But going after people like this, households that have 5 or 5.5 people, and you may even have someone in your household, I'm not putting my hand up to that, but you may have someone in your household with particular issues that use more water.
Melanie.
But you don't want to ring the council and tell them about it or get a medical certificate to get that backed up.
Melanie?
Those households which use less water, and particularly take care not to over-irrigate, have a rates increase waiting for them, a 0.12% rates increase, while subsidising those households which use excessive amounts of water. But we've just heard that 82% of households are not receiving an excess water charge. And what's fantastic is we've seen an average decrease of 25% consumption of water per household use per day and a 21% decrease in peak water demand. That's impressive. As a council and as a city, we should pat ourselves on the back. Well done. If we increase the volume before an excess water charge to 900 litres, there will be an increased cost to our ratepayer. Again, like with subvention payments, I want to look to the future and what the overall cost to our ratepayers will be. We've been told that without this demand management method, it was in the slides, which is reducing the highest levels of usage at peak times, we would need to establish an additional 11 groundwater wells and associated new pump stations by 2031. What is the cost of that? It's in the slides. It's estimated that 17 million in capital expenditure would otherwise be needed over the next 10 years, not to mention the associated interest costs. A change from 700 litres to 900 litres is a slap in the face to those doing the right thing. And not only that, there's every likelihood that with the administrative cost of invoicing, households may not receive a bill till they're using over 1,000 litres per day. Now that's a huge volume of water and will cost us all with the necessary infrastructure over time. Let's save on our water and save on our rates.
Thank you, Melanie. Jake?
Yep. Look, let's be clear, moving the allocation up to 900 litres renders this piece of policy a useless tool for behaviour change and reducing consumptions. As it stands, a limit that's the same for everyone, and that limit of 700 is a bit of public policy that actually delivers a real saving to our ratepayers. Simply by making everyone think about their water usage, we reduce the demand on our infrastructure and save our community without compromising on service delivery. Now, and I have to say, that stands in stark contrast to the version of this policy that was supported by Councillor MacDonald and that mob that would have offered an unequal allocation of water to those with fancy homes. That was not only the wrong thing to do, it undermined the objective of this proposal, as wealthy people had a limit set so high the behaviour change benefit was lost on them. So I just want to be really clear, this policy was supported by those that are proposing to increase the limit when it didn't affect their residents.
Tyrone?
Look, when you turn on your taps this summer to water your extensive lawn, if you're lucky enough to have one, and think that water's our right to have for free, and it never runs out, I ask you to consider this. This summer, visitors and residents of a popular holiday destination in Canterbury will most likely be asked to conserve water. That's right, folks. The water supply in Akaroa and its close communities, Takamatua and Devotional, will no doubt come under pressure following an influx of people who don't live there into the area during the holidays. Our Banks Peninsula communities will probably be asked not to water their gardens, to take only short showers, and to flush the toilet only when necessary. So that's the yellow-brown analogy. And that's just normal, though. That's just normal for them. So in 2021, Akaroa and Takamatua residents also had to boil their water after dead animals were found in the water reservoir. And Akaroa still doesn't have a permanent reservoir after that event. In Devotionals, where sometimes water has to be brought in by tanker, it too has a restricted water supply. People there are asked by council to install a 5,000 litre water tank, which can be, hey, a useful source of water in the event of a fire. So we've got to have think on that multi-dimensional realm with water over there. Little River has a restricted water supply, which means that every house is required to have a storage tank as well. So meanwhile, in Littleton, water flows from a hole in the ground, and it has done for months and months, and we cannot fix it. We cannot, how hard we try, and we cannot fix it. Some would say that is a waste, and they're right, and it proves we need to raise the limit because there's no point saving water. Well, I say the opposite. Our infrastructure is creaking, and we're not resourced to resolve it. We need to focus on fixing leaks, improving our infrastructure, and delivering clean drinking water to our people. Excuse me. On Banks Peninsula, we pay for it in so many ways, not just monetary. I only ask that the people of Christchurch and my colleagues recognise that saving water helps all of us. You just don't know when your community is going to need it. I have heard many councillors say we need to stop people from hurting, that we must do everything we can to reduce rates. Well, raising the threshold for water charges will raise rates. So to say you're all about easing the pain and then voting for a $900 litre threshold instead of this amendment, well, your previous comments don't really hold much water.
Okay, Andre.
Thank you. I came into this annual plan being quite adamant that 700 was the correct amount, but then I went out and did the listening and appear to have changed my mind. I was adamant that the 82% of users who use under 700, surely they would all be opposed to increasing it to 900. I was actually wrong. If we look at the submissions that came through, it's a 50-50 split, right? A lot of the people that support increasing it to 900 actually use less than 700. So there's a lot of people that would pay more under this, but they're still comfortable with going to 900 because water is something that you use to manage your household. I found that quite surprising, so I'm happy to admit I was wrong in how I assumed people would think on the issue. The one-on-one conversations I had I found very, very useful, and 75% of Halsall submissions supported going to 900. That is important as well to note. We do have to reduce usage. We do. It costs, infrastructure costs money. The more water you use, the more it costs in infrastructure, so you're paying for it one way or the other. But I don't think the difference between 700 and 900 will make a big difference to the achievements we've made in water reductions. I just don't see it happening. If it does, my mind can be changed in a year's time. It can. 20,000 people received an invoice for excess water usage. They all used more than 900 litres, those 20,000 households. So they've received an invoice this summer. Absolutely, if money is important to them, they will be mindful of their usage next summer because they've been invoiced for it last summer for using over 900. And the limit's going to be 900, so they will still be mindful next summer. So I just can't see it making too much of a difference in that regard. Happy to be proven wrong, but that's how I'm seeing it now. We've got some of the best water in the world underneath us, and it does really piss you off when you see someone who might start hosing down their driveway, you nip down to the shops, you drive back, and they're still hosing down their perfectly clean driveway half an hour later. And obviously it's a tragedy to have things like chlorine in our pristine water. So we do need to respect our water more, and excess water charges do help achieve that, but I don't think going to 900 will jeopardise that. And I'd just like to pick up on something because I'm not sure if we'll get the chance to debate it later or not, but in terms of us giving out awards for garden awards, which is essentially giving people awards for encouraging them to use more water to keep their gardens looking good. We're not going to be able to give rebates to people for entering the garden awards because guess what? 20,000 people received an excess water charge last year. And then if we start giving rebates to people for getting a garden award, you know what will happen? You'll get 20,000 people nominating their gardens for garden awards, and you're not going to find anyone to go and judge and rank 20,000 gardens. So it is a nice idea, but there's no way that's going to work, I'm sorry to say. So and to anyone who thinks that writing submissions is not worth the time because mine's never been changed, you are dead wrong. My mind has been changed on this issue. Thank you.
Kelly.
Yeah, thanks. Look, you know, I totally understand why the last council made this decision to focus on saving water. I think it's really positive. I think it's a good thing to do, but I think the gains have already been achieved. And it's the issue that most people contact me about. They find a lot of frustration with driving down the roads and seeing leaks in the street and then coming home and being faced with water bills themselves. 700 litres is not a huge amount. Where I live, it's 29 minutes of turning on your hose. That fills a 700 litre spa. I think we're tinkering with it, and I'm okay with that. I think that 900 is probably a good level. I felt that we were always told right from the word go that leaks was the big issue around the city. And now it seems to be minimised. I think that leaks, if we get those right, will make a huge difference and are probably part of the difference. So I'm a bit surprised to hear that the search for leaks, etc., has been consistent throughout the last few years. That's not what I was led to believe. So I'm happy to go to 900. I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. I think people understand the need to save water. A lot of the people in the area that I live and in my ward are aware that we need to save water, and why? Because we use 4 times as much in some summer days as we do in winter. I think that people have got that message, and I don't think coming back from it slightly is going to change things too much.
Okie doke. So we're all happy? Sam? Yep.
Just really briefly, I was just going to say thanks to Jake for saying I was in a mob. I've never had that referred to before. But I won't support the amendment.
Okay, so I will now put the amendment. We'll do division, obviously. So that the council retains the allowance of 700 litres of water a day for residential properties before the council charges for their excess water supply.
Councillor Templeton. Councillor McClellan.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
We're voting on 700.
If you say yes, it's 700. If you say no, it's 900. Okay.
Councillor MacDonald.
No.
Councillor Johansson.
Abstain.
Councillor Moore.
No.
Councillor Donovan.
Yes.
Councillor Coker. Yes. Councillor Peters.
No.
The Mayor.
No.
Councillor Scandrett.
Yes.
Councillor Barber.
No.
Councillor Kewen. No. Councillor Goff.
No.
Councillor Hanstock.
No.
Councillor Fields.
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt. Yes. Deputy Mayor Cotter.
Yes.
Wow. What does that mean?
Was it 8 hours?
It's 8 hours.
Status quo.
Status quo, so it doesn't carry.
No.
Amends at 900. Yeah.
Okay, so
For clarity
Isn't the
for
status
members.
quo what we already have?
900 litres.
Just trying it.
so I've got this right. It stays at 900. So
Just announce that, for the
that
public.
oi. So for clarity, it's a tie. It stays at 900 litres. Okay, thank you. Now we move on to the
Reflects the public mood.
Jake's moment in the sun. The universal annual charge amendment. Jake is moving it and Mel is seconding it. Do you want a breather? Okay. I was going to have it straight after the next one, but if you... So, yeah, if we can try and keep our debate. It'd be nice to get through these big 4. Okay, righto. Thank you. Far away, please.
Are we're doing debate on it?
UAGC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, councillors. So the OAGC, I guess just for clarity, just to make sure we're exactly clear what we're speaking about, the general rate is as a mix of capital value and the UAGC, so it's all part of it. So the UAGC is that portion, it's a fixed part of the general rate, so it's that portion that represents the products and services that council produces that is better spread across all properties rather than using the capital value space. So things like democracy, so that's this meeting and elected members, footpaths, libraries, parks, roading, water service, etc. There's a small part in that there. So looking at this slide here, it says what the movement of moving it from $153 down to $50 would do, what the impact that would have on those three representative properties. Yes, one thing that the slide does highlight, there's about $200,000 of smaller properties, utilities, storage units and garage and car parks, etc., that would be moved to be paid for by other properties. So when you look at for Christchurch City Council, their total of fixed rates compared to other councils from New Zealand, that's where we sit. So Christchurch is the yellow bit on the far left. So this is total fixed rates. So that's things like the cathedral. There's a recycling rate in there. Active transport for footpaths and roading is in there as well. So that's where we're sitting when compared to the 35 other councils that we got data from. So it's quite low. And where we're sitting, I guess, in the larger councils, again, you'll see there's just Wellington is slightly below Christchurch. All the others are up. So we've got the larger councils and our closest neighbours with Selwyn and Waimakariri in there as well. So then spreading that across the suburbs, what the UAG3, so the blue line is at $153, and if that was moved to $50, that's the impact on the orange line. So where that goes up and down, and you can see the impact that does have across different suburbs. So that's the percentage movement in rates would look like. Sometimes percentages don't tell they tell the picture, but sometimes when you just look at the dollars, so that's what this slide is showing, shows the dollar movement across the different suburbs. So that's as much as Andrew and I were going to be presenting, Mr. Mayor, but we're happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. That's a good short presentation. Any questions, please? Tim?
If we drop the uniform annual general charge from 153 to 50, the difference to be made up somewhere in these suburbs, which is in this slide here, is that right, $17 million per annum?
That's a great question. Yeah, so we've got about 180,000 ratepayers, bit over. So yeah, moving at $100, it's about $18 million. Yep, moving across. Yep.
So some communities will be paying more than they have been in the past, obviously, with this.
Yeah, well,
significant.
Yeah, it's a good point. So, like, there's no free lunch in rates. Someone's paying.
Yep.
Okay. So all we're doing is moving the incidents across. So someone has to pick up that extra funding. So what we're saying is we're going to take $18 million out of the money we collect from the UAGC, a portion, and that'll be spread over the capital value portion. Yes. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Okie dokie. So, any more questions? Tim. Okay, so we'll go into debate. We know who you know who the movers and seconders are. You're all good there. Thank you. So now we'll go into debate. Has anyone got any debate? Yeah, far away, Jake.
Look, a couple points really stood out when reflecting on the public feedback on the proposal to reduce the uniform annual general charge. Firstly was the comment made by Mr. Peacock that the capital value tax represents equity in our rating system. For Aaron's benefit, equity is the idea that we would factor in people's different asset wealth and likely income when setting our rates. This is as opposed to rating equality, in which he advocates that would mean everyone pays the same rates no matter how much your property is worth. The second point that stuck with me was made by Chrissy Williams and was even noted in our consultation document. Look, some have argued we have the second lowest UAGC in the country. Well, I'd counter that by saying, would the Crusaders settle for second? Would the Warriors? Would the Warriors? Perhaps that's a bad example, but why would we not want to live in the most equitable system in the country? James will make a preposterous point later in his debate, which I'll counter in advance. He will say that there is no point trying to make things equitable because low-value suburbs are completely owned by property investors who are paying for their third, fourth or fifth properties. I checked this out, and home ownership rates across the city are very similar, and actually suburbs like Bromley South have an owner-occupied rate higher than the average because, of course, those places are affordable. Miss Williams also made the point, and I couldn't put it better myself, that the higher the UAGC, the higher the burden on low value households, and that tends to align with low income households. She went on to say this would be an opportunity to send a message to people in this really tough economic times, that you understand that people on low incomes are struggling with their rates. So I say let's stick to the principles of equity and of equality, and ensure we live in a city where everyone pays according to their relative means.
Okay. Does Jamie want to return?
Contrary to what Councillor McLaren suggests, it's just common sense that your properties that are valued below the average house price are disproportionately owned by investors. Not all, but far more than the other way around. That is the investor's wheelhouse, and many of those investors are offshore. Residential rates obviously sit with the owner. So, if you want to take Jake's lead, you'll buy more Singapore slings for offshore property investors than you will genuinely help Christchurch residents who are finding the going exceptionally tough. But if you really care about equitably reducing the rates burden, then it requires a commitment to the reduction of operational or capital expenditure, or raising revenue from non-ratepayer funded sources. I think that this suggestion to do this at this annual plan, highlights rampant ideology over substance. It shuns collective responsibility. It ignores good staff advice, and it's the game plan of a mentally challenged Robin Hood. I won't be supporting slashing a uniform annual general charge against staff advice. The right process to do that will be the long-term plan. The annual plan is about minor amendments to that LTP. And you don't have to wait long, because the long-term plan is next year. So I think that this is a flawed proposal. It doesn't address the issue, and I want to make the point that it's not a fair way of solving this. It's lazy and doesn't solve a problem, it only shifts it. So I won't be supporting this.
Hey, Melanie.
The higher the UAGC, the more the general rates burden rests with the owners of low-value properties. Many of these properties are in areas of high deprivation. This is particularly relevant this year, considering the change in valuations in homes, meaning that percentage rate rises are higher in our lower value suburbs, but not in the areas with more affluence. Low earners, who typically own or rent low-value properties, will suffer with a rise to the UAGC, which is the other option. Those on fixed incomes with lesser material wealth have less choices and less ability to pay. And to counter James's argument, it's the renters that pay the UAGC, not those Singapore sling drinkers profiting off other people. Now, a higher proportional rates increase is a burden that should not lie with working class people and those reliant on the state for income. They are already feeling the crunch. So why compound that for them? Do we as a council really understand or care about their pain? With an increase to the UAGC, the privileged, the wealthy, those that don't need our support will benefit. So think carefully what it would mean if this council supports an increase to the UAGC. I, for one, don't. I support the reduction to a $50 UAGC.
Tyrone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If anybody's mentally challenged, it's demonstrable in not realising that neoliberalism is an ideology as well. But anyway, this is really about fairness. Why should the people of Bromley, who have suffered so much, be bashed again with a crippling rate rise that could so easily be mitigated by this simple gesture? Why should the hard-working heroes of Hornby be subsidising the rates bill of the exclusive parts of town? The word exclusive comes from the same root as the word exclude, and the UAGC does just that. It helps to exclude. It acts as a tool for those at the posh end of town to bash the brave of Bromley and the heroes of Hornby and keep them down. We've heard today that people are suffering, that money is tight. This is especially true for those who've had a greater percentage house price increase and therefore a greater rates increase, which is largely in areas that can least afford it. So again, I beseech you, if the arguments are that we must alleviate suffering, we need to stand by those arguments, act decisively and ease the rates burden for those that need it most.
Thank you. Andre?
Thank you. I wasn't going to say anything on this one. He even considered abstaining. Then the mover of this had the audacity to have a dig at the Warriors. And there's a perception that lower property value means lower income, but it's never as simple as that. You could be a couple. Not that I know what that feels like. You could be a couple on two incomes, and then you may lose one of those partners, and then you're a single person household on a substantially lower income, but you happen to be living in this area, and then you may have to move to that area because your partner died and you can't afford the rates, or your partner may disappear and go be with the mailman, and you can't get a life insurance payout for that, believe me. And I just really cannot see this all coming down to being lower income. It really is not as simple as that, so we can't make the debate as simple as that. It is not as simple as that. You're in a low value area, you're low income, it's just not how it works. 9 times out of 10 it is. Well, yeah, you don't have those statistics available, and you're obviously not aware of the Warrior statistics this year either, because they're doing very, very, very well. So I don't see the debate as simple as coming down to lower incomes. It just never is as simple as that. So I won't be supporting this today. Our UAGC is low in comparison to most other councils. I think it's about right where it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Mark, and then Aaron.
Thank you. Again, I wasn't going to comment on this, but kind of feel I need to again.
No, you don't.
Sorry, Phil.
Don't.
So,
I'm hungry.
Those that are likely to support this lowering of the UAGC are the same ones who wouldn't support the subvention. So to say that we're looking to lower rates with this, I've looked at the figures for Hornby, and it's so minuscule it's not even funny. So I think supporting the subvention would have been a far better idea to get the rates down rather than
it's just
going
money
with
the
this.
people of Hornby are going to pay later.
No, I'm talking here. So our UAGC is one of the lowest in the country, and this is not the place for us to be tinkering with it. This is where we should be looking at the long-term plan to reset as we go through the long-term plan process in the coming months, and let's look at it fully there, and let's make an informed and wise decision at that stage.
Thank
so
you.
I won't be supporting this.
Aaron, then Tim. No, Tim's done.
Yeah, now I'm going to, at this point, use some of the clairvoyancy that I'm well known for around here. It's catchy as well. And that Andre will no doubt, when he sums up on our overall debate, will mention our fellow councillors that wouldn't look at a whole lot of aspects of saving money this year at a time when interest rates and inflation are for an entire generation at an all-time high. So I'll leave him to address that. But the reason why I raise it now is there's councillors around the table that are trying to use this, or fornicating over themselves around the trying to create.
Back that off, please.
Sorry?
Yeah.
I think I used the wrong word.
You certainly did. Yeah. Carry on.
I can't think of the one. It's.
Can you just
withdraw?
Anyway,
Aaron,
aside,
can you withdraw that?
I did say I'd withdraw.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I agreed. It was the wrong word. It was. Yeah, and that they want to ease the rates burden. Yet when it came to setting up the annual plan, they wouldn't look at levels of service and really delving into the capital program. So to say that this is about creating equity, when in fact the inequity across the city is growing and growing, the highest household rates I know of is $53,000 a year, which is essentially $1,000 a week in household rates. So, and that's probably not the highest, but that's the highest I know of, which shows there's a really big split. But I want to just throw a lens on the first home buyers, that when you go to buy your first home, and a lot of people will try and buy the best house they can in the best neighbourhood they can afford. And when you have a big split in rates and the cost it is to live in different neighbourhoods, you're really dictating to a lot of those people where they get to choose where they're going to want to live. And so, you know, in the Bromley Brave, or whatever you like to call them, that was my primary school. I went to Bromley. I grew up in Woolston and stuff. I don't live there now, and the rates difference is over double from that side of town to the other. And a kid that grows up there should be allowed to choose where in the city they want to live and not be dictated by this table by how much they can afford to pay to be there. So a fairer system would be a more equal rate system across the city. And I do apologise for using that word. It was really, I was looking for another one, got it wrong.
Thank you, mate.
Wasn't intentional.
Tim.
Yeah, thank you. Look, first of all, it's really sad that we're kind of making this class-based, and it shouldn't be, because there's, in life, people sometimes are lucky, sometimes they're not, and sometimes they start lucky and then end unlucky. We've got a huge amount of people out there who you could call a subbies, or whatever they are. They might employ 2 or 3 people. They've done all right, but they are at the highest risk at the moment, because if, say, a big firm or whatever goes under, they're carrying the mortgage of their house and the future of their kids as well. So I think if we can just level the playing field and be respectful for all in our city rather than slagging off, and I do use that term correctly, because that's not what I hear. There's little respect for both sides of this at times in our debate. So I think we've got to kind of get back to the level playing field, because some people work very hard and they are successful, and we should actually use some of those people who have done it well and respectfully and correctly and are generous with their success, and hold them up, not as tall poppies, but as people that we should use as guidance for our young, and we don't currently. So I think that I'm going to support the 153 annual general charge, because I do think it is the fairest in the city.
Okay, so I will now put that motion. One thing I must say though, sorry, Jake, reply. Sorry.
Hey, look, it's been a really interesting debate. It's been quite humorous, but actually I think that humour's belie the fact that actually it's quite a serious subject that we're actually discussing. I will push back on Mark and say, look, it's not really truthful to say the subvention is a saving, because it is, of course, a deferral of a debt payment. It really is just saving up a punch for the good people of Hornby down the line. But look, let's move forward with this today. I re-stress the points I made in the opening debate, which is we have an opportunity to make the city a fairer place, and as Melanie quite correctly pointed out, actually, no matter what, people in lower income suburbs end up paying the cost of a regressive flat tax.
So thank you. Right. Now, one thing I will say is, and we've had some words that Aaron retracted, but we shouldn't be running around calling each other mentally challenged, even so we should just back off a wee bit on that out in public. Thank you. So I'll put that motion. We'll do division again, please. So the council adopts alternative. It's gone. Option B in the annual plan consultation document and reduces the UAGC to the lower value of $50. That's what we're voting on, everybody.
Councillor Moore?
No.
Councillor Johansson? Yes. Deputy Mayor Cotter? Yes. Councillor McClellan?
Yes.
Councillor Barber?
No.
Councillor Goff?
No.
Councillor MacDonald?
No.
Councillor Kewen? No. Councillor Fields?
Yes.
Councillor Henstock?
No.
Councillor Scandrett?
No.
Councillor Harrison Hunt? Yes. Councillor Coker?
Yes.
Councillor Templeton? Councillor Donovan?
I think that was a yes.
It looked like a no to me, but that could be.
It was a thumbs up.
Councillor Donovan's recorded as yes. Councillor Peters?
No.
The Mayor?
No. Right.
8 yes, 9 no.
Okay, so that was declared lost. Thank you very much. Now, do we want to do the last of the what we call the big four before we have a breather? Because then we can have a longer breather and give everyone else a breather. So,
It depends whether.
okay, righto, we'll carry on rewardless. Okay.
Are you seconding it, by the way?
Hey, oh,
Who's seconding it? I haven't got a seconder for that one yet.
oh, yeah, yeah. Yep, I'll see. Okay, so we're now into Pauline's amendment.
And the seconder is
Tis I.
the Mayor.
I'll just briefly speak to it.
Okay, fire away, mate.
Once again, being my true self, it's another compromise. The initial recommendation was to take 1 million from the Capital Endowment Fund and support our community grants, and I just felt that that was quite a big ask, rather than rating for the full community grants. So of course the Community Grants Fund is much bigger than $1 million, but $1 million from the Capital Endowment Fund to supplement that, I think is quite a big hit on the fund. The Capital Endowment Fund is, as we know, a really helpful fund to support economic and community benefits to the city. If people come with an idea or a project that we think is worthy and is going to give it a good benefit, and it's usually given out in a reasonably big chunk, it's not little bits. So to bite into $1 million of it, I thought was quite a big hit. And I think too that with the subvention going through, we can probably afford to, that's a terrible word to use, isn't it? But this will have a 0.08 effect on the rates. So it will go from the 6.33 to 6.33 plus 0.08 if this passes. So I really do hope you support this, and this will allow the Capital Endowment Fund to actually sit at, I think, just over $1 million in total, 1.3 maybe for the following year. Thank you.
Yanni? So shall we do questions
just a very quick question.
and discussion come?
Yeah. I mean, just a very quick question. Is this coming from the inflation adjusted component, or is it? Yeah, it is. Right. So, yeah, I mean, look, I do support this. We are, I mean, people can debate whether we're in extraordinary times or not. I think the reality is that we are. In the past, council has taken some of the inflation adjustment post-earthquake and put into community projects to recognise the hardship that's been caused in the community. And I think we're at another time in our history where we do have extraordinary challenges in terms of the cost of living. And we know that our community groups do a huge amount of amazing work to try and alleviate some of the suffering that people are going through. So I support doing this, and I think it's a good compromise. So yeah, happy to support the.
So now that we've entered debate with Yanni's first debate, that's great. We don't need any more questions. We don't need any more debate. So we just do it. Eh? So we'll do division again, shall we? Or okay, hang on. I'll put it out there. I'll move this that only $500,000 are taken from the Capital Endowment Fund to fund grants that are normally funded by rates for 2023-24. All those in favour? Aye. Against? No. That's carried. Okay, so that is carried. And now in Victoria. So we're now, Mark. So now we're heading down, thank you, Aaron, down the barrel.
Mark and Aaron as well.
Yeah. Now heading down the barrel of 15 minutes break, because I think we'll all earned it. So if we're back here at 10 to 12. Yep, thank you. So, as I explained earlier, we will now go to the noting recommendations. These are amendments A to M in my commentary and recommendations. I don't see the need for debate, but if anyone wants to, they're more than welcome to. I'm moving it and Pauline's seconding it. And I would like to vote on these as a block. If it passes, councillors can ask their no vote in a particular provision if they want to. It's up to them. But if people want to talk about their particular area of interest, if they talk about it in what I would loosely call debate time. So we'll just go from there, right? So, just put them. We've talked about it. We have talked about it for a long time, and everyone said we've had advice up the wazoo. So,
Can we ask questions to the electorate to make the minute?
if you really want to,
Yeah.
goody. You're going to expect to.
Letter L. Investigate and analyse options for installing an electrolysis generator for hydrogen and oxygen to be used for aeration at the Christchurch wastewater treatment plant.
Yes.
Yeah,
can do. As you know, I'm a hydrogen nut, and one of the things that Fabrum are doing out in Hornby, which is extremely good, they are sending their electrolysers over to Northern Ireland, to wastewater treatment plants in Northern Ireland, because the electrolyser makes, one, it makes hydrogen, two, it makes, as it here, half a tonne of hydrogen a day and 3.5 tonne of medical grade oxygen a day as a byproduct, if you want it for something else. But Northern Ireland are taking them over there because they're using the oxygen as the main ingredient, because they haul that out and pump it into the wastewater treatment plant to make it do. Some other people actually, because it's medical grade oxygen, they sell it on the open market and it's all cool. So I just want staff to investigate that to see going forward, because we've spent a healthy amount of money putting aerators out in the pond which stir up oxygen in the air, which is only 23%. But the oxygen that comes out of these things is 100%. So just exploring options, not saying go out and spend a fortune. Okay? Sarah.
Thank you. Just a quick question on H, just in the reporting on that for the wings to wheels. I know that that staff are currently working through the detailed design work and those the small bits that members of the community wanted changing, and I'm just checking that we'll be getting some reporting on progress of that during the year, just in the bi-monthly transport report.
I think I can answer from here. Yes, but I would suggest it would be a good project to be listed on the watch list for the Finance and Performance Committee, which will be regular updates, monthly updates on progress.
Can we do that through this process, or does it need a resolution to add it to the watch list? Are you happy to do that?
Yeah,
that'd be great.
do that.
Cool, thank you very much. That's great. And just quickly on Kelly, the Preston's. To Marshall. It says a Preston's community facility. I'm just wondering, because the original work was not just for that, it was for Redwood as well. I'm just wondering about the residents of Redwood, whether they be captured or it's just for that area.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just for that area. This area was, 8 years ago, was virtually no homes there. There's now something around 2,000 sections. It's a very motivated community. They had a community facility which they were paid out after the earthquake and then sold the land. So they've got some skin in the game. They're looking for help from council. They understand the way council works and how their council doesn't really want to own facilities and would prefer local organisations to run them. They've got a very professional trust, which they're continuing to expand. So I think, and there's a big gap in the network plan out in that area, and so this is really starting the ball rolling to leave this, community with a facility that we should definitely help with. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. It's just that the original network facilities plan gap identified needed one facility for that area, which included all the way across to Redwood. But if we're keeping it to your area, that's fine.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. I mean, Redwood's a good 5 kilometres away, I mean, we've got the Pukeko Centre on the other side, that's about 4 k's away, so, yeah.
I think the community board will pick that one up, the Redwood one.
Okay, so we're all reasonably happy, Yanni?
Wondering, in terms of the Takapuniki funding, was that considered to come through the Better Off funding?
Oh, no, that's...
You want to do it different?
It's later, isn't it? That's the next one. But
sorry.
We're on step 14 at the moment. Cool. Okay, so next. Okay, so I think everyone's reasonably happy. I'll put that motion for the whole lot of them. They're all noting provisions. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Fantastic. Right, now we'll go to step 15. We will now turn to the amendments about parks and property. We have 2 amendments, one from Tyrone and one from Jake. I'll let them both introduce their amendments, and then we'll have one debate about them both and vote on them one by one. Tyrone, please introduce your amendment regarding Takapuniki Reserve, which I am seconding.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm just going to begin by saying that in my view, Takapuniki is the most important historic site in New Zealand. I think without the events that occurred at Takapuniki in the 1830s, we would not have this country that of New Zealand that we love. And we obviously had a deputation by Onuku Runanga who represent the hapu of Ngāi Tarewa and Ngāti Irakehu, who are tangata whenua of the takiwā that covers Akaroa Harbour. And sorry, this is I'll be try and be quick. So Takapuniki is within this takiwā, and Takapuniki is of immense cultural importance to both Ngāi Tahu and to Pākehā. And it's registered by the New Zealand Historic Places Trust as a wāhi tapu area. So why I've introduced this amendment and why I think it's so important is that Onuku Runanga believe it would add significant value to the experience of Takapuniki if the path between the first Takarangi and the Britomart Memorial was completed. The path would connect both European and Māori history of the site and improve connectivity between Akaroa Township and Takapuniki. That's what this amendment is for, and I trust that my fellow councillors will join me in supporting this development. Because if we cannot recognise the importance of the site and what is right for it, then we're denying the very creation of New Zealand. So, kia ora, and thank you for giving me that time, Phil. Cheers.
No, thank you. And Jake, would you like to present your one, please?
Actually, it's now in Councillor Donovan's name, so if she would like to introduce it, fine. If not, I'm happy to.
I've got a bit of a croaky voice. Would you mind taking that one, Jake?
Sure. Yep. This is really just to depart from the normal process around property disposal. The community board identified that at this site there was real possible potential community use. So we're just giving staff a little bit of license to give that a chance, try and use it for that community use, but pragmatically going, hey, look, after we've had a fair crack at it, if that's not possible, it gets disposed of as it normally would.
Okay, so if we can debate the whole category, if anyone wants to add in, or yes, Yanni, please. Questions?
Question. We applied for Better Off funding to support some of the work around the different marae, and I just wondered if there was consideration to the Better Off funding going towards Takapuniki, which is a project that I support, but it just, I was just trying to understand why we wouldn't use the money that we've specifically got from government to do something that would seemingly fit the criteria and purpose.
Thank you, Andrew.
So my understanding is it wasn't considered for Better Off funding in the first round. There is funding that has been allocated to all the Runanga. Mary might want to step in here. She's a bit more over that program than me. But in terms of allocating any of that funding, that has to be done in agreement and partnership, which obviously we can't do today.
Okay.
Do we know what the process is for that? Like, you've had the meeting with the Papatapu Runanga, or the Tihunanga Committee, what, a month ago?
So, as we reported back to you, there was the meeting with the Runanga that at the governance to governance level, where now there were a number of projects and initiatives that were identified as potential partnership projects. We are now going out to meet with them as staff across our teams to actually scope those out, look at across the 3 years which are each project, and we will bring those back to you as a set of, these are a set of priorities for the LTP, which is what we'd already always said that these would be in line with and aligned up with the LTP.
Oh, okay, so LTP. And just the only other question for this one, given its significance in terms of the historic site, not just in Christchurch, Canterbury, but in New Zealand, and given there's a number of external funders like RATA, like central government, is there any ability for us to approach external funders to contribute to this site?
Yes. So when you see the draft long-term plan, you'll see the longer year-on-year program for Takapaniki. And all the way through that program, there'll be opportunities to try and fund some of that program or all of that program, or hopefully none of that program, through external funders. So the answer is yes, but until we've actually got that program in front of people, it's very difficult to engage on what that funding might look like from external parties.
Okay, so moving right along, we have got two amendments in front of us. I'll put the first one, okay, which Tyrone has moved and I'm seconding. So where are we here? There we go. That the council provides $500,000 for the capital program for the 1436 Takapaniki Reserve plan renewals, noting that we'll be having a rates impact of 0.006% over 2 years. So I will put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you very much. Carried. Right, so now we'll do Jake's one, which is Jake and Celeste. Are they the two? Yes. Celeste moved it and Jake seconded it. And that is, look at all that reading. The council approved departure from normal practice of an open market process for 36 Union Streets on the corner and direct start. Yeah, you all got that? Right. So all those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Beauty. Right, now we're moving on to number 16. Further council amendments for transport, waste and waste management. We now follow the same process. Celeste, can you please introduce your amendment on the Otakaro Avon Major Cycleway? And who is your seconder?
I've got Kelly for a seconder.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll just keep this one pretty short because my voice is a bit
second hand,
a bit raspy. But more or less, what we're looking at doing is just making sure that there's sufficient budget there to start planning the end of FY24, so it doesn't overlap with any of the other projects that we've already got in the pipeline. As everyone will be aware, there's been a huge amount of support for improvements to the transport infrastructure in the east. We've heard that through the annual plan submissions, and people have specifically asked for the cycleway to be progressed. As you see, that has a minimal rates impact. I don't even think that's a rounding error. And really, I mean, the project speaks for itself. This is a commuter route, so it runs from the central city right through to New Brighton, crossing through Linwood and Aranui. So obviously it services some of our poorest communities, and I think we really should be prioritising those areas in terms of affordable transport options. So that's why I've put it forward.
Thank you very much. Sarah, can you please introduce your two amendments, please? And your seconder is?
Tim for Southern Lights and Tyrone for Evans Pass.
Right. Thank you.
Preserve Terrace. So the Southern Lights MCR design and engagement work was funding was deferred as part of the Horswell Junction Road works, but purely as a measure to get the funding off the books, not because of resourcing. Staff are actually recommending that both of these two pieces go ahead. The intersection of Colombo Street where the Southern Lights is due to start is particularly nasty, has plenty of accidents, including a cyclist knocked off their bike and injured just last week. It's work that needs doing. It's 800 metres and will connect one of the highest cycling areas with a safe link through into the central city. So looking forward to getting that one underway. Evans Pass Road and Reserve Terrace remedial works. This is work that's been due to be done for some time now, and it's been delayed, and it's not a case of resourcing. Again, it was just a funding switch around, and so staff have given the green light for both these to be able to go ahead with appropriate resourcing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yanni, can you present your two amendments, please, and have you got a seconder for either of them? Yep, Aaron and Jake. Pick whichever one you want.
So just to quote you from the submission, this week Council decided to delay the pedestrian safety improvements in Ferry Road until next year. The Climate Emergency Response Fund provided money to develop infrastructure, many in the city's east. But, you know, the reality is that the Ferry Road is one of the key places where people cross. And the Phillipstown Community Centre's submission said that they met with us over a year ago and the need for safety improvements was glaringly obvious and the need is only amplified. We increasingly hear from our residents their concern for safety on Ferry Road and they voice their frustration that safety improvements have not been carried out. This, to me, is a really important thing that we do to respond when we consult with our community. People made submissions to our draft annual plan process. We had an understanding, in fact, a council resolution to consult around the SURF program and the deferrals that would introduce. This is direct feedback from a community group and from local residents who want us to progress with this. The thing that I think we need to kind of just keep in mind, we're talking about two pedestrian crossings, safer crossings going across a really busy part of Ferry Road where the local school was closed post-earthquake, merged with Te Waka Anua, way down the other end of Ferry Road across Aldwin's Ensours Road. So there's very real safety concerns that people have had for a long time. And we have an ability to do something. And the frustration is that although we can bring forward the budget, it's this constant idea that we don't have the resource to do this. There are other crossings of similar scale and typology that are proposed to be done on Wooden Road that the community haven't asked for, where we've got someone that came into this council during the draft annual plan, made a submission, showed us visual evidence of an accident and a fatality on the stretch of Ferry Road, but we don't seem to be able to find the resources to respond when people are saying that we should do it. I've offered substitutions, regardless of whether something is funded through council or through SURF. If we're not doing a SURF project, that frees up resource. And then it's up to us to choose where that resource goes, I believe. And so given that Gloucester Street is no longer happening, the east-west connection, I've offered the swap there. So I hope that this can get done, but it's long overdue. People have repeatedly raised concern. You've got bus stops on each side of the road. And yeah, so anyway, so I'll just finish on this one. One of the things that I think we really need to start thinking about as a council is how we get synergy around the different projects that we're doing. What became apparent at the briefing around the SURF, a number of the SURF funds yesterday at the community board, was that we still seem to be operating in isolation. So bus priority, for example, isn't aligned to some of the safety improvements that we're doing. It's not aligned to the bus stops that we're doing. So the other one was Healthy Streets Linwood. I'm not asking you to put the money on budget. I was simply asking that, given that this was the flagship project that Waka Kotahi and the Minister wanted us to do in Christchurch in relation to SURF, and given that we decided that we didn't have the capacity to do it, but as we've progressed the SURF, what we've seen is the ability to work with Waka Kotahi around the outcomes that we want. I'm simply suggesting we write a letter to the Minister seeking support for looking at how we can progress it. Cool.
on the
Yep.
matter where
Yep.
we're not recommending.
Thank you, Yanni. Lynette, you're on.
Advice on Ferry Road.
Advice on Ferry Road.
only.
Yeah, Ferry Road only.
Kia ora koutou. So advice on Ferry Road and the deliverability of Ferry Road. So Ferry Road was deferred 1 year to free up resources to concentrate on the entire package of surf projects that are being delivered. That advice hasn't changed, and we will, and there were a number of projects, including the Ferry Road Active Transport project, that were deferred for 1 year to allow that to happen. That advice hasn't changed, and we are sticking with it. We do need the resources to focus on the surf projects, and as such, we will prioritise the projects that were deferred once the resources become available. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right. That staff advice is can't. Okay, but it will be done next year. Have I got that right, Lynette? Thank you. So we've got Tyler, Sarah, Melanie.
Questions?
Kia ora, Lynette, yeah. So are you saying that Ferry Road's going to be done next year if this doesn't pass? Okay. And in terms of the surf projects, is that mainly around deliverability of Ferry Road? Say if we put it on budget this year, is it undeliverable regardless?
The issue is that the surf program is a $25 million program of works, and I understand that there's a number of ins and outs and things are shifting around, but we have a deadline to deliver the surf program by the 24th of by June 2024, the end of June 2024, and if we don't get the 90% subsidy. So we have every single extra resource we could find, and it's resources, and it's not just FTE and headcount, it's a range of resources as well. So it's everyone from surveyors and designers to engagement staff, comm staff, project managers, all sorts. So there's a range of resource that are required in order to put the effort into delivering the surf program. And I know that the surf program, they're starting to get round the boards to brief them, and we are out to consultation imminently, if not at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where is Ferry Road at the moment in the stages of completion?
It hasn't been consulted on yet.
So the design's all done.
I'm not sure how far along the design is. I know they had started, but yes, we pulled the resource off to get working on surf, and all of the projects that we said we would defer hadn't been consulted on with the community at that stage.
Okay.
Just for a point of clarification for members as well, which I'm sure you will have in the back of your brains just to bring it to the forefront. The surf money was money that we bid to government and is additional and over and above our capital programme. But we have the same staff resource, and hence why we've had to do the switch.
Yeah.
So we're saying that the surf funding is at risk if we add Ferry Road to this 23-24 financial year?
I wouldn't say it's at risk. What I would say is our ability to deliver, if you add it, is not guaranteed. Okay. If you add Ferry Road, our ability to deliver that is not guaranteed.
Okay.
Sarah?
So just to close out Yanni's point on Wooden Road, are there other similar sized projects anywhere in the city, so for example Wooden Road, that are in a similar stage to Ferry Road that are going ahead that we could, if we chose to as a council, we could swap kind of thing?
You've asked us that before, and we've come back and
been,
said we couldn't find anything.
That's
Wooden Road came up this morning. I haven't.
Yeah.
My understanding is that's been delivered through the Craft Surf program that is out
There's
there
the same
right
thing.
now.
Yeah. No, that's good. Thank you.
Not BAU.
Okay.
I'm
Melanie?
wrong, I apologise.
So you just said if we add it, then delivery may not be guaranteed of the whole. if it doesn't get completed, what does that then mean?
It'll get carried forward to next year.
So the funding will still be there, it just won't happen. Okay.
Victoria.
I'm good. It's answered. Thanks.
Okay. Yanni?
So how much resource was allocated to the Gloucester Street east-west connection?
I, like I said before, we have assigned the resource allocation to the $25 million program that is SURF, and that is still there. I can't break it down into an individual.
So how do we ever deal with the fact that we're told it's not a budget issue, it's a resource issue, but we can't be told what the resource is? So how do we ever offer a substitution in response to what people submit on during our draft annual plan?
You have offered us substitutions, and we've explained how they haven't worked.
So we've stopped a project that was a SURF project that had some resource allocated to it. That resource is available, should be available now, because it's something we said we were going to do that we're no longer going to do. So
through the chair, can I try and explain that a different way, maybe? So the SURF program is about $25 million. The Gloucester Street program was $600,000. So we've still got $24.4 million ish to deliver with the resources that we had. It hasn't taken a lot out of their workload. And we need them to focus on delivering the SURF and get that delivered, and then we can focus on delivering the projects that were deferred to allow it to happen.
So just to be clear in my head, and I know I'm just for the people listening, if we don't spend every bit of that 24 million by June next year or part thereof, the Waka Kotahi will say this particular project, council's now got to pay for all of it. We won't give you any of the 90% towards it.
There is a potential that could happen. It may or may not, yes, but it does put it at risk.
Mm-hmm. But they have put a line in the sand to say, aim for this, whatever you do, aim.
They're putting a line in the sand at a number of gateways through the SURF project. So we have to be able to demonstrate that we can deliver, or we can't move forward with the projects.
So if we asked Waka Kotahi if we could do this as part of the SURF, given that it's already for consultation, given that it's the same area and fits within the scope of a number of the SURF projects, if they said yes, would staff be able to do it? Could we get on and do it?
He's asking the same question a different way.
A different way. And my response to that question is the same as it has been in the past. We bid a package of works for SURF, and we are working to that very big package of works.
I think Sarah has an answer.
Can we please not keep asking the same question 6 different ways as well?
Just a quick point. So instead of putting this on now, you've already said that this will be prioritised in the next financial year. If for some miraculous reason we manage to get through the SURF and craft stuff SURF stuff ahead of schedule, and there was a little bit of space that someone had to do design work and things like that, would this project be prioritised and you wouldn't need the extra funding sitting in this annual plan this year? You could just get on with it.
We do a bring back.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. Mel, did you have a question?
Yeah. So we're out for consultation with staff at the moment, then that doesn't include the Ferry Road pedestrian crossing, does it? No. So then that would have to go out for consultation. And so that does end up delaying it, even if you see it as a package of work, really. I can't see how it doesn't.
Yep. We would still have to go out and do the consultation on it, and it hasn't gone out with it at the moment. It's not part of the package.
Okie doke.
I think
Right.
that covers it, Mr. Mayor.
That covers it pretty well. Thank you very
Thank
much all over the place. So, we'll do debate.
I think Lynette can leave the table.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So now we have debate on all 5, if anyone wants any, or I'll put the first one, which I'll term Celeste's one. Everyone happy? Right. So I'll put Celeste one, which is $100,000 for the major cycle Avon Otakaro route.
I want to speak to this one.
debating the whole lot.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, right. We'll go ahead and debate the whole lot.
But you don't have to.
You don't really have to. If you're happy, but if you want to debate, way go.
Yeah, okay. Just very quickly, I strongly support doing this. We've heard from the Pages Road Bridge designers that we're not even taking into account the MCR because we haven't designed it yet. Likewise, we've got a whole bunch of surf and craft money being spent in Worcester Street and Woodham Road, where apparently this MCR is likely to go through, but because we haven't designed it yet, we're not getting any synergy. So I'm trying to find ways that council can be more efficient, more cost effective, and I think bringing forward the design of our MCRs means that we can get synergy with the other works that we're doing in that. I don't even know if this timing will even work for those other projects, but I strongly support getting the route decided and the design decided so that when we're doing other works in the area, we get the synergy and the cost savings that goes with it.
Okie dokie.
Did you want me to debate the other ones now, or you just?
Yeah, no, they're all debatable on all five. So far
Right.
away.
Okay. So just to come to the ferry road and the active transport one, I just want councillors. I hope councillors have gone and looked at the surf consultation. If you have, you see a massive map of the area that includes Phillipstown Ferry Road. You see intersections on the corner of Aldwins and Ensors Road and Ferry that are having significant upgrades that are being consulted on. You see a number of bus stops along Ferry Road that are going to be consulted on. You see slow speed zones, you see school connections, you see a number of things that are relevant to the idea of improved pedestrian safety and crossing roads. Simply adding the Phillipstown active transport project to the consultation would require very, very minimal resource, as would getting a contractor to deliver it as part of all those other intersections improvements. Just because it's not funded from SURF doesn't mean that it shouldn't get done. The resources that we're spending now will be a lot less if we do it now than if we do it as a separate project in the future, given the high level of resources we've committed to engagement and consultation in the very same stretch of community. So please support the Ferry Road Active Transport Project. Think of the submissions that you heard where people came into this chamber for the last 2 years and showed you pictures of an ambulance dealing with a fatality along the stretch. Let's do what we can to make this road safer. This is a top priority for the local community, and I think it's important that we show a commitment to doing it. It's not a massive amount of extra resource, and the irony is that the Gloucester Street project that we're now no longer doing as part of SURF is about the same monetary value as the Ferry Road crossing. So I don't understand why suddenly we've got this extra resource, but we don't have the capacity to deliver on the simple, straightforward crossing. It's ready for consultation. It needs to be done. Let's get on with it.
Thank you. Right. So I will now, Aaron.
I just want to quickly support Yanni on that. Look, we all listen to Yanni year after year, going on, asking all his questions and going round and round in circles. I mean, sometimes it would be good to give the guy a win. And I don't mean that in a sympathetic way. I mean it actually in a real way, because like really this guy does battle for his ward and his people really, really hard. He's constantly banging at the table to try and get something done. His ask is a small one, and there's a saying that people have is, what does it take someone to get killed before there'll be any action? Well, someone has been, and there's still no action. So let's give this guy a break, back him this one time on this one. I know it puts extra pressure on the staff, but if they come back later in the year and say, hey, we're really under the pump, let's take the pressure off them as well, because if we did back Yanni on this one, but I just think we really should on this one. He's poured his heart out, and the people come in and submitted. Otherwise, next year, don't bother coming in and submitting, because if you're bringing a death to the table and getting nowhere, I mean, what's a playground or what's a library or what's anything if we're not looking after the people? When you do all that bus work, how do you cross the road to catch the bus? I'll leave you with that.
Righto. So I will now put them one at a time. I'll put Celeste's one. And the...
Cycleway?
Yep, the Avon-Otakara Cycleway. Right, to enable the planning of stage one. Okay, so I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. Now I will put the first one of Sarah's Southern Lights. Yeah, where are we? Southern Lights Major Cycleway route. okay, which is $200,000. So all of those in favour? Aye. Against? Oh, it's not enough. It's carried.
Just for noting, that's all we've got now.
So, hands up for no, please.
For no's.
Vic, Aaron,
Victoria and Sam.
Sam. Okay. Right, now the second one of Sarah's, Evans Pass Road Reserve Terrace Remedial Works. Okay. All those in favour? Aye. Against? No.
So 4, including the mayor as well. So same 3 plus the mayor.
Okay. Now we'll put Yanni's first one, Ferry Road Active Transport Improvements. All of those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. And Health Streets Linwood. All of those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. This is brilliant. Okay, number 17. Lastly in this section, we have all other amendments that have been signalled following the same process. Sarah, Mel and Celeste. Right, Sarah is moving about Surf Life Saving New Zealand, and I'm more than happy to second that. Melanie can introduce her amendment on the library meeting room fees, and Celeste, can you introduce your amendment on the
Surf grant.
CEF fund grant to New Brighton Guardians? So, Sarah, far away.
Thank you. So Surf Life Saving New Zealand approached us in the annual plan, and we every year we get requests from people for the Surf Life Savers to be longer, because we have great summers and great beaches in Christchurch, and so this will be able to expand it for a week. We also have an issue with living wage rising, and that because we need to be paying our Surf Life Savers at least a living wage when they're out there looking after us and our kids, and so the extra funding goes to do that. Thanks.
Thank you. I would like to remove A and B and just keep C, which is just referring to Turanga. So could you remove A and B from 3.9? 3.9. So this is basically this amendment keeps the status quo. So there's 4 rooms in Turanga that currently have no fees. The proposal in the annual plan was to start charging fees there, and we had submissions where people asked not to do that, and so that is what this amendment is. So there's actually no rates impact whatsoever.
I'll push that on. The floor is yours, Celeste. Makes a difference with the green light.
Would have gone a bit quiet. So this amendment's around deploying a small team of community guardians. The goal is to make the New Brighton Mall a safer and more user-friendly space. It's about building business confidence and increased activation of the public realm. And we've got quite a bit of work underway in the next 6 months, with the private sector starting some development, and also the community leadership group will be moving ahead with their village green. So this is to support that work, and we're looking to get this underway from September. So we're hoping to move quite quickly, and all the background work's been done, and this has been run through the community board. And we'll be aware that there's been a huge amount of support for things moving ahead in the mall. So this is intended to support a lot of that urban development.
Can you leave
and
hers up so we can see it?
And that was
all done. You done, Celeste?
Yeah, sorry, my voice is going out.
No, that's fine. So now we will have questions. Pauline's got one.
Yep, have we got a staff member here? Matt. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm totally supportive of the project. It's excellent. And
Which one are you on, mate? The last one?
Oh, sorry, Celeste's last one.
Yeah.
The Guardians of the
Right.
Guardians of the East, and it's really, really good. My question is about the process. So it seems here that we need to make a provision and move away from the capital endowment funding policy for this particular application because it hasn't followed the process. And I note there at the bottom you've got, there is no intention the capital endowment fund policy be amended to accommodate the decision. My other question is that you say in here you already have applications for the capital endowment policy fund that will come to council in October 23. So this in effect is kind of jumping the gun on those. So what I want to know is this money going to impact those applications that are already in?
Yeah, so if council were to make the decision to approve the grant of $60,000 from the Capital Endowment Fund today, it would reduce the amount of money that was available in the Capital Endowment Fund to consider those decisions in October.
Yes, but does it reduce it to the point that there's not enough for those, or will you just disperse it with what's in the pot?
It would reduce the amount that was in the pot by the $60,000. I haven't seen all of the applications. I know some of them were quite significant. We haven't made our recommendations yet for those applications that have come through.
And so the other thing is that you have recommended the board take this through their Better Off funding that's coming, I think, am I right, about September, or is it earlier?
Correct. You've got a report coming to council, I think, on the 5th of July, recommending some criteria for the Better Off funding for community boards. And then community boards will start their discussions as to how to allocate that funding. There's $500,000 going to each of the city boards, $300,000 going to the peninsula.
So would this project fit the criteria on which the betterment funding was provided to council?
It would.
It would. And how long would an application to the board take to get this money?
The process that we're talking around for the Better Off funding, there's kind of 3 prongs to the process. It's around the community board identifying what it is that they would like to fund. So some of that might be identifying a project such as this one and going out and working with the community to partner with the community to implement it. Partly it might be around the community board, local governance teams implementing projects. So it might be small events or small projects. And the third thing that the community boards will be discussing is are there other things that they may have identified through their community board plans that they think that they'd like to have a conversation with the organisation.
Does that sound like it's going to be a lengthy process?
I don't believe it will be.
So, because what she's got here is that they want it to align with the New Brighton Mall works. I guess a question for Councillor Donovan is there an urgency around this funding, Celeste? Or can it wait for the betterment funding?
The reason this has been put forward as part of the annual plan is so we have certainty of funding, so the work can start on recruitment now, because we need a lead-in time to be hitting the ground by September. And council will be aware that that Better Off funding, which is split 3 ways across a very high needs area, didn't have an equity lens applied to it. So parts of the city that are very much more affluent are getting the same amount of funding as areas that have higher needs. So I'd hope this would be considered as a sort of a reasonable request.
Yeah, so I just heard you say, sorry Phil, that you want this in place by September. Is that correct?
Sorry, yes, that's what we're working towards.
Oh, okay, so that makes a difference because I don't think you get the betterment funding before then. Thanks, that's helped.
Okay, just one through. Yep, and Tim.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
And me. Yes.
Just through you, Mr. Chair. Just with regard to the Better Off funding, the community board does have Strengthening Communities Fund, and it does have its Discretionary Response Fund, which does have the equity lens applied to it. So should the board decide that this was something that they would like to prioritise, there's nothing stopping them doing that now through their Discretionary Response Fund.
Absolutely. And just one question from me. How much, I shouldn't say the word surplus in the Capital Endowment Fund, how are you oversubscribed in it?
I haven't
without the 60 in there.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
I haven't seen all of the applications myself, but I've asked that question.
No, great answer. Okay. Yanni?
was just wondering how the city safety money is going to be spent from the Better Off, because it says that that was going to be a flexible approach to ensure there's an ability to target initiatives and to address issues as they arrive in different locations and neighbourhoods. And it was around community safety, crime prevention initiatives through social and community-based crime prevention, which this seems to be doing. So that's 660k per year for 3 years. So has it been considered that that would be the appropriate place for the funding to come from? And if not, why not? Or if so, how could it happen?
So is that the city safety funding from the Better Off funding? Yeah, we're working through a process as we speak to work through that. We've got a meeting with other stakeholders, so the police and some of the social service agencies in the city, Central City Business Association, to work through how we believe that should be allocated. At this stage, the New Brighton Guardians isn't part of the thinking for that allocation of funding.
The question is, how do we get it considered? Like, I've got the same issues happening in Wolston, I'm sure others, Hornby, and so what's the process for us?
So
do we have any process?
So our advice would be to take that through your Better Off funding for the community boards.
Good advice. Good advice. Kelly.
Actually, I don't have a question. I'm just waiting for debate.
Okay. Oh, no. Tim and then Sarah.
Thank you. Could this money, if it was voted for, when the Better Off funding comes, could 60 grand of that be put back into the Capital Endowment Fund? If that, because I mean, at the moment, it sounds like it would be a priority for that community board with the many levers of funding they have. So I don't see the urgency, but if it were decided to be urgent and it wanted to get the 60 grand, when that Better Off funding comes to that community board, could 60 grand of that be taken out and put back into the Capital Endowment Fund, which is over-subscribed at the moment? No, I'm just if we could. I don't know.
I think that would be difficult to do that type of arrangement because the government are quite rigid around the Better Off funding.
Yep.
Funding, so that would be seen as
it's
mechanical. It's
Okay.
substitute.
Sarah.
Thank you.
And then Tyler.
Thanks. Just on the Capital Endowment Fund, which is really what this is about, not the other funding. You're saying that the current one is used up. So if this is to come from the next year's Capital Endowment Fund, so the fund that we're approving for the next financial year, then there's space in that, especially since we've just left an additional $500,000 in there through a previous resolution. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
As I say, I haven't seen the quantum of applications that have come into the Capital Endowment Fund.
But those applications aren't due to be assessed and reported on to council until October.
Correct.
Which is after when they would need to be starting to employ someone for this area. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Tyler.
Kia ora, Matt. Just a question on the fundee themselves. So can you sort of give us an overview into who the suppliers are, what the project's about, just so that we can sort of gain some knowledge into that? Insight?
I think that might be for the councillor to answer, probably.
Yeah, I have no detail on the project.
Which is unusual in itself,
I'm happy to speak to that.
Yes, please.
So the project fund holders will be the New Brighton project, which operate within this space. So they're very experienced with that, and they'll be working with Positive Directions Trust. This is restarting a program that's actually operated in the past and was very successful. So they're more or less just reusing a model that's worked well in the past. And the first time this ran was in 2016 because community gardens were seen as being something that needed to assist the area to regenerate after the earthquakes. And they worked on a range of things, including providing water, heating, removal services, and a whole bunch of community wellbeing projects. So the project itself has been something that we've been working on for some time with the local MP, the community board. So the community board advisors have been involved, and we've at the point of we've got a budget and everything, so it's ready to go.
And have you talked to the community board about this?
yes, I've spoken to the community board about this.
Okay, so there's no more questions. So now we'll go into debate on the whole lot. If people want to say something, Kelly is trying very hard to say something. Yes.
Yeah, look, I just want to support Celeste on this one with the New Brighton Guardians. I think 60k is not a lot of money. I'm quite happy for it to come from the Capital Endowment Fund. When I was previous chair of the Waitai Coastal Community Board, we used to come regularly and talk about the changes that were going on in New Brighton. And the former mayor, Leanne Dalzell, used to talk about how much money the council had spent in the area with the renewal of the playground, the streetscaping, the library, the restoration of the clock tower, the hot pools. So there's a tremendous amount of work done there. And she used to say that the secret is to get people across the road. And the people who were always going to get people across the road were the private developers and the commercial entities out that way. I mean, this is an opportunity to make sure that people feel comfortable in that area, that shop fronts are looked after, that social problems are addressed and people are steered in the right direction. When I was door knocking campaign before last, one of the biggest things that came up in the Parklands area for some reason was New Brighton and the sad state of the mall. Now things down there are moving in the right direction, and I see this as a positive way to keep the momentum going and make sure that we convert the opportunity that we've been given to regenerate this area. So I'll be fully supportive of Celeste's addition. Thanks.
Okie dokie. Tim.
Yeah, look, I think it's jumping the gun because as councillors, we represent all the city and then we represent our wards. And yet again, we've heard, like the better off suburbs, etc. Well, you could say mine's pretty good, but, we had flooding, we have traffic issues, we have fire. Some of you don't have fire. Poor old Tyrone has the whole lot, but that's yeah. But, I just think there are a number, the DRF and the Better Off and the Capital Endowment, there are a number of levers that a community board can pull. Maybe there's lack of communication between the councillors and all of councillors as well before we come to this table. But I can't support it because I don't know what mine or other communities and every other ward's needs are with the Capital Endowment Fund. And I think it would be unfair to jump the gun on some of those other communities that are in need as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, Pauline. Then Yanni.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm finding this one very difficult because I didn't get the information until pretty much last night that this was going through as a Capital Endowment Fund application, and that is, as we see here, we have to depart from the normal process. But it really means to me that none of the other councillors had a chance to put a capital endowment project up. And we've all got needs in our community. We have a lot of behavioural issues around in Edgeware Village for a start. I do commend Councillor Donovan for driving this project, and I know that it can be delivered really soon. I mean, she could get partial funding from the Discretionary Response Fund now through a chair's report to the board if she wished and get it cracking without getting perhaps the whole 60, get started, and then get the balance from the Betterment Fund. So I'm not sure which way I'm going to go on this yet. I'll listen to the rest of the debate. But as I say, I only just got 500k for the Capital Endowment Fund, and now she's whooped 60 on that already. So it's a very quick swoop. But congratulations for that quick move, Celeste. So I'll just make my decision shortly.
Yanni? And then, yep.
Thank you. I find it kind of ironic that we're having a discussion about this when we've got better off funding that we got for city safety, and at the time that we considered the Central City Business Association underwrite, until that funding had come in, we had a lot of discussion about what sort of approach we should take to reducing crime and antisocial behaviour in our city. And one of the concerns that was raised is that we should take a much more community development type social approach to working with some of our most vulnerable to find opportunities to do things in a more positive way. This scheme appears to do exactly that. It's a scheme that is run by a local community that is around positive interactions in a community to try and address the very serious antisocial behaviours that's going on. As someone who has joined the local community board at the last election with the change to the boundaries, what is very obvious is that there's an eastern corridor of antisocial behaviour happening in our communities, from New Brighton through Aranui into Eastgate and then into Woolston. And we need to start addressing it. If we can put money on to help the Central City Business Association through central funding, then surely we can do the same as a council for the suburbs. In fact, the Better Off funding clearly identifies that that money should be going into different locations and neighbourhoods, not the money that was given to the community boards, which is explicit around them being able to do things in terms of community wellbeing, but the city safety money that we got. And so I don't think it's fair to penalise New Brighton because we haven't sorted our process for allocating that money yet. Like we've done with the CCBA, my preference would be to make a decision as soon as possible to intervene and support the Guardian project that's been put forward by Celeste, who has worked really hard to try and find ways that this can be funded. And I think it's more than appropriate that it comes out of the endowment fund if, for whatever reason, we are unable as a council, despite receiving money from central government for city safety, to allocate that city safety money towards it.
Tyler.
Kia ora koutou. I am leaning towards supporting this just on the basis of meeting with local police. And they said that most of their instances, the resources that are being eaten up are actually going out those ways. And I think that anything that contributes to making sure that the police have less stuff on their back through community activation is a good thing. Therefore, I'd be more than happy to support this. I am a little bit hesitant around the way that this was done, but I actually commend Celeste for putting this forward because that was a really proactive way in doing this. I think it was great, and it was obviously legitimate because it's in our annual report today. So I'd love to be directed one way or the other, and the arguments are going really good both ways. Mm-hmm. And I think that looking at this, we do need to look at how we can activate our communities through multiple means, and Celeste has done that through this way, but also acknowledging that those discretionary funds, those better off funds, sit in a different argument. And today we're talking about this issue right here. Nō reira, kia ora.
Right, my little turn. We give a lot of funding to community boards, either DRF and secondly Better Off funding, which is 600 grand over 3 years. If we're not careful, we'll have a queue of community boards at the door of the CEF fund, which is oversubscribed, and if we start hauling money out for that, someone else is going to dip out. If they were sloshing around with money, I'd say go for your life. So I think the idea is really good. Where we're getting the money from is not. So that, yeah, I'm disagreeing with you, Kelly. Sorry, Celeste. So that's where I see it. So we've all finished debate. Good. So now I'll put the first one, which is Sarah's one, which I seconded, for the Surf Life Saving New Zealand. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you, carried. Melanie's one's about just the meeting rooms at Turanga. Thank you. All of those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. And Celeste's one for CEF at New Brighton Guardians. All of those in favour? Aye. Against? No. Yeah, I think we might as well. Sounded pretty been through my deaf ears.
The Mayor?
No.
Deputy Mayor Cotter? Yes. Councillor Peters?
No.
Councillor Harrison Hunt?
Yes.
Councillor Coker?
Yes.
Councillor Fields?
Yes.
Councillor Donovan?
Yes.
Really?
Councillor Henstock?
Yes.
Councillor Moore?
Yes.
Councillor Goff? Councillor Johansson?
Yes.
Councillor Kewen?
Yes.
Councillor McDonald,
Yes.
Councillor Barber,
Yes.
Councillor McClellan,
Yes.
Councillor Scandrat,
No.
Councillor Templeton,
So that just passes. Righto. So thank you very much, everybody. So we're now up to number 18. We've come to the last amendment, which is the staff recommendation on the disposal of council-owned properties that needs to be moved, seconded and debated and voted on. I believe staff are available to speak to this if required. I will move this. Do I have a seconder? Sam, thank you very much. So, has anyone have anything they want to say about this?
Do you want to add it into that, Sarah? Like, yeah. Have they got the wording? Or?
Bruce, do you need to come down to the town?
96 Bridle Path Road.
Yep, just chuck it in.
Deferred. Yeah.
You got the word?
That's the one for your dog park.
Yeah.
Just checking for the wording now.
Yeah.
Hi, Bruce. So is everyone really reasonably happy or is happy about? Yeah, no, that's right. No, I was just hoping that maybe.
A little
I think we
question.
could expect half the council to vote against because the rates are too
Do we
high.
have any concept of
3 years,
what
right?
percentage of council property this is as a total?
Less than 1%.
So it's less than 1%, and the portfolio, for instance, in the last 15 months, the portfolio has grown by 320 hectares, and in that time we sold 6 hectares.
You had me at less than 1%. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions of Bruce? No. So are we happy with what Sarah's?
Yeah.
Okay,
Great,
we're all
thank
happy.
you.
So I'll put that.
It's number 4, Sarah. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. It's great.
Okay. Good. Right. So I'll put that. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Brilliant. Thank you. So now
Resume standing orders.
resume. Yeah, I'll move it. Sam's very happy to second it. I'll put it straight to the vote. All of those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Thank you. Now, how long do we want to have for lunch?
How long does staff need
how
to
long
do
does
the
staff need?
calculations, please?
Let's make it till 2 o'clock. We need at least an hour.
2 o'clock on the dot. Thank you very much. And thank you so much for your participation this morning. It's been really good. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back. Just a bit of housekeeping before we crack on. This morning we worked through the proposed amendments that were able to be debated and decided on today. We also voted on noting provisions asking for more information and analysis. There were other amendments proposed by councillors, and all proposed amendments and accompanying staff advice has been tabled on the big table list to be included in the minutes. This will help councillors provide updates on projects and direct their community to the staff advice on these topics. But in keeping with the formal process and to make the Secretariat's job easier, I want to formally note that I have taken staff advice on those amendments not otherwise discussed today, but included in this table and rule them out of order as per Standing Order 17.1. Now that's just housekeeping, so don't panic. Okay. So now we're up to number 20, adopt, all good. We now need to adopt the attachments B, C, D to the annual plan report, recommendations 4 to 6. I'm going to move it. Pauline's happy to second it, and we'll put it straight to the vote if no issues. All those in favour? Against? Thank you, carried. Right. And before we move to adopt the annual plan itself, we need to take note the thematic analysis, the management sign-off process, and the management sign-off for significant forecasting assumptions. They're recommendations 7 to 9. I'll move it. Pauline will second it. And I'll put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. So now we come to the main act. And tell us the good news, Leah.
Put your mic on, Leah.
Apologies. So we've just done a one slide up there for you, so you can see the impact of the decisions that were made today. And for the ones that can't read that part, we came in this morning with a recommended 6.33. Overall, we're now at 6.41, which is a average residential increase of 6.6, business average of 5.71, and rural average of negative 0.48. The average house will have a rates increase of $4.01 per week, or annually $208.57. So now we've updated the recommendations that you will adopt shortly to have the decimals in there. The only thing, and I know you've just adopted those, the only change we made to the 4 to 6 is that attachments B, C, and D obviously have to be updated. You've adopted them, but they have to be updated from today's changes. We're good. We're just not good enough to do that in an hour. Okay, so that was the only thing.
All good? Yep. Nothing else? All happy?
Sorry?
4.
Thank you.
Okay.
$4.01.
Correct. So now we move on. We will now have the opportunity to debate the annual plan as a whole. Members will have 3 minutes each to speak. But before we get on to that, I'd just like to say I'd like to thank everyone for what we've been doing today. But if we don't need to debate it, if you're happy with where you're sitting, don't feel that you have to say something. If you don't want to, don't fret. So I'm moving it. Pauline's seconding it. And I will start with Yanni if he wants to, but feel free to say nothing.
Yeah.
But feel free to say anything, Guy.
Maybe happy to wait till the end if you'd like me to. See
No.
what other people say.
No. I'm starting going up the table like that.
Okay, cool. Well, just to start off, I just did want to specifically ask that my vote be recorded against J and against M. So if that could just be recorded, and also just the I'm not quite sure the exact one, but I think it's the general rate B. So I just wanted to note that I appreciate the work that staff have done in very extraordinary circumstances, but to me, one of the challenges that we still have is that when we put forward ideas to save money, the Te Kaha streets, for example, it gets ruled out of order. This has kind of been a common pattern in recent years where attempts to save money are often not accepted. And I just think, if you look at the Park Terrace way in which we put something in there, and regardless of the process, I'm just talking about the physical, low cost, flexible interventions to see what works to make a difference in behaviour or try and get a difference in behaviour to improve safety, to me seems a lot more cost effective way of doing things than our current approach, which is to spend huge amounts of money on very inflexible and hardwired solutions that then are very costly to change. And I mean, St. Asaph Street and Chilham Street are probably the best examples of that in the city, but I fear that we're about to do something similar with the Te Kaha Street, so I was disappointed that my resolution to save money wasn't adopted. But I also appreciate that we need a budget, but I am concerned that the revaluation has meant that for those in the lowest socioeconomic areas are faced with the highest percentage increase, which to me is inherently unfair. So, you know, I think we needed to look more at what we can do in that regard. And as such, I won't be supporting the general rate as is being proposed. I also think that in terms of the water excess charge, I just want to comment, I've repeatedly again put forward options to try and save water through the use of grey water reuse and rainwater collection. And again, people make submissions in support of these things, but they struggle to get traction around this table. And I don't quite know why. If we want to save water, which I think we all do, I think there's far better ways of bringing people with us rather than having a divided community, as we saw from the consultation, which is kind of 50-50 down the middle. So I just think there's more that we can do in some of those areas. But I do acknowledge the support for doing the Ferry Road Transport Plan. I do appreciate that. I think the key thing is that we do need to look at synergy that we can get across projects to be more cost effective and efficient, but also to do the things that people ask when they make submissions to us during an annual plan process. So thank you, just to acknowledge the work that's being done. I'll support the majority of what's in here, but I've raised the concerns of things that I feel uncomfortable with.
Thank you very much. Aaron. Yeah.
I didn't know you were doing it that way, Phil. So I just I just kind of want to. Yeah, it is a bit.
You're not stuck for words here, are you, Aaron?
Kind of. Well, I've got to be careful which ones I use now because I tried to use big words this morning and it went very badly. So I'm going to stick to no more than 3 syllables from here on in for the rest of my career. I just want to say that yes, we've come in under the rate of inflation, but the rate of inflation is currently unsustainable. And the reason why, I mean, one of the reasons with inflation being so high that the government and the Reserve Bank keep putting our interest rates up is they're telling us to not spend money. But government departments and councils seem to be exempt from that and keep spending lots of money. But I will take my hat off to quite a number of the team in this organisation and various departments that have tried their best to come up with savings. And so Leah, Dawn, and everyone that works with you, I do respect you for that. I think you guys have actually done a really, really good job. I'm going to, like I said earlier, Andre had mentioned around the work that we didn't do, and that is my only disappointment here, is that I think when a lot of people are really hurting, we should have been looking at a lot more ways to save money, and if we're going to try and make those savings next year, it's going to be even harder. So I think we should have looked at that this year. We didn't, and that's a miss of this table, not the staff, because the staff were actually even offering stuff up earlier on that we weren't taking, and so that's my position.
Okay, Celeste. You don't have to say you're all good. Excellent, Andre.
Thank you. I think staff have done an amazing job along this process. The advice has been clear, and there's been all the assistance we need along the way. As new elected members, we come in quite excited. We think we're going to do this awesome job. We're going to spend money really wisely. We'll find lots of savings and then deliver all of these great things. Then a few weeks into the job, we were sat down and told we're looking at a 14.6% rates increase. And we're thinking, damn it. There goes an enjoyable year. And staff did save the day. They gave us a number of options. and saved us from what would have been a rating disaster. Our council voted against looking at all of the options. We did vote against looking at operational expenditure. They may have not been good options, but I think we did owe it to ourselves and also particularly new members to at least be able to look and learn through the process. I have been frustrated by that. I feel like I haven't been able to look at all my options and be able to do my job properly in this regard. Over the last few weeks was the opportunity for us to make amendments after the draft annual plan, and we were told that there's 55 amendments here. Thought, okay, surely there's a few good cost-saving measures in there. There was only one. There was only one cost-saving measure that was able to reduce from the annual plan. Yes, it was mine, although it was very, very minor. There was one out of 55. There was one that was in order that was able to reduce it from the.
Carry on.
That's quite different. It's quite different. Please don't interrupt. So yeah, I never intended to be a councillor that harps on about spending too much and lowering rates. Came in here as more of a left-leaning progressive councillor, but just something I would like to point out is there is nothing left-wing or progressive about rates that people can't actually afford to pay. Is something I've realised in this. There isn't. So wanting cost cutting is not right wing, it's not left wing, it's just what we actually need to do. These things need to be affordable for people. If we're trying to put too many projects in, we end up disappointing both ourselves and the public later down the track if we're not able to deliver things. Everything is going to take longer when we've got staff shortages and everything else. We can't just continually be setting ourselves up for disappointment. I know a thing or two about setting myself up for disappointment because I renew my Warrior season ticket every single year. But this is our year and our year to avoid disappointment, and we need to be doing the same at council, not setting ourselves up for disappointment. It is our year. It's our year to do that. But look, I look forward to those robust discussions we have over the long-term plan, and I've already started putting my wish list together. For my area, would like some roads in Hallsville that are safe to drive on, some footpaths that don't exist currently, some places to cross the road safely that haven't been there for decades despite the subdivisions being there, and cost savings. So won't be looking for too much, but it is some pretty core things that absolutely have to be done. That's me. Thank you.
Well done, mate. Mark.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge staff, particularly for all the fantastic work they've done through this process. It's been a heck of a journey, and I think it's been quite sobering and eye-opening for a lot of us new members. I concur with Councillor Moore there in saying it was disappointing we weren't allowed to peek into the box of all the options that could realistically be available to us. And hopefully going into the long-term plan, we can all be bold enough to look at all these levers, look at the priorities with genuine eyes from the ratepayers and figure out what we need to have be doing going forward. Through this process, I've certainly learned a lot. I think there's a lot more I can yet learn, and I'm happy to learn off some of my learned colleagues around here who've got more experience than I. So please feel free to impart your knowledge as we go through the next process. But I'm really happy. I'm not entirely happy where we've landed, but 6.41 is better than 14.6 by a big stretch, and we've done a lot better than other councils we've seen around the country. So I think we've done a pretty damn good job. So well done, team, and looking forward to launching into that long-term plan process in the next few months and figuring out what's important to all of our communities and what we can actually afford to be doing and what we need to be doing going forward. So thank you, and let's get this finalised.
Jake.
Yep, I'll support the budget as a whole this year because actually the process has been really, really good. We've worked collaboratively together and with staff to form it. However, the results of the amendments, once taken into account and the political decisions we've made, now I worry that we're wittingly or unwittingly creating a financial headache for ourselves that serves to justify this, the sale of our city's assets. Increasing the excess water charge removes any incentive to change behaviour. Recognising all of our subvention receipts this year instead of paying down debt is just kicking the can down the road and automatically adds to next year's increase. Even the idea that we would dip into the Capital Endowment Fund to offset rates is a bit of a joke, although I am glad we didn't do this to the fullest extent. Some of my colleagues have justified their vote to not pay down debt as an actual saving. I'm sorry, that's just a fairy tale. To defer a debt payment and to somehow pass it off as a saving because you promised to actually make a saving at some other point down the line is just dancing with the truth. It's like saying you're going to lose some weight and the first step you've taken is to buy smaller pants, something I've done before. And I can assure new councillors that making substantial savings in the LTP is not easy. That's because the trade-offs are very real and because they're not really savings at all. They're service cuts, and the community hates cuts. There are no free lunches. It may be my mental health, my mental challenges, or my financial illiteracy. But even referring back to my colleague's beautiful diagram before, it says roads, it says places to, places to cross roads, and then it just says cost savings. None are identified. I can assure you it is not easy. So I think, unfortunately, the position we've been left in today puts us between a rock and a hard place because we've chased a good headline, and unfortunately that means next year we're going to have to either pass on a large rate increase, or we're going to have to close swimming pools and libraries down early, or we're going to have to sell the family silver. These are the choices we have lined up for ourselves next year.
Thank you, Jake. Tyler.
I'll be very quick, Mr. Mayor. In providing my gratitude to staff firstly with such a robust way in dealing with the annual plan, I had a really positive experience in this annual plan process and ensuring that I see everything that is put in front of me and understanding it to the highest extent. The next thing I want to talk about is actually thanking my colleagues, because this is really cool, being able to be split, and we're sitting on the fence here between what our decisions are. And what that means is that we've got a really healthy relationship between each other. And I think it's really good seeing that in comparison to prior years where it became quite heated. So that is why I'm really looking forward to working together on the long-term plan to ensure that we're working together positively and engaging with our communities in the right way to ensure that we're getting the best for our city from every single aspect of every single ward. I also am happy to accept this budget that sits in front of us, and I am going to live with every decision that I make, and I'll happily live with every decision that I make. And as a decision maker, and all of us, we all know that we sometimes have those regrets. And I'm trying my very, very best to not regret any one decision that I make. So I'm going to sit with that. And actually, Councillor Goff brought this up really, really well. A wee while ago, actually, it was really good advice. Was talking about voting with your heart, not your head. And that's something that I'm going to try and continue to do. And I also had some highlights of the day, particularly talking about one of my childhood heroes, Robin Hood. I think that was a nice touch because Robin Hood is a hero. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou, kia ora.
Well done, mate. Kelly.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, as a new councillor, I found this whole kind of process quite fascinating. I'd really hoped that we could come in at the start and look at a very low rates increase, but when the depth of the problem started to develop and we saw that it was going to be around 14% increase, it was a bit scary. But I just have to really commend staff on the work that they did on this to watch the way they went away and kept making changes, kept bringing new solutions to us. Culminating in the 10 million. I think that's absolutely fantastic. They heard what we had to say, and I just think it's that interesting when we're trying very hard to save pennies at every level. Yet government is spending money and offering us incentives for various things like cycleways and to make Three Waters more palatable and things like that. It just makes me think how perhaps chronically unfunded local government is and could be better resourced, because these things would make a big difference to us. But I think we've done really well considering what we've been up against in terms of inflation increasing. And I think we've really done our best to come up with something that's really suitable for the ratepayers. And I think we've been talking about sayings this morning, and I think that my favourite one has always been, if you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. And I think we've got this one right.
Thank you.
Sarah.
Kia ora. Past residents of Otatahi Christchurch have invested heavily in the infrastructure that we have currently and set things up in a way that as a city and district we can all benefit from shared resources that would be incredibly expensive should we all choose to buy them all individually. It would be prohibitively expensive if we were all having to do our own water supply, for example, or our own road or whatever it was. And their investments over this period of time need to be honoured. We need to maintain what they have provided for us that has allowed us to live what is, internationally speaking, a high quality standard of life. But we also need to follow their lead, and we need to continue to invest for future residents of the city and not let the city stagnate or go backwards. We have a mostly rebuilt city, but we had huge earthquake impacts, and they are ongoing. The Deloitte report from several years ago showed that even after all the insurance money was spent, there was still a $4 billion gap between what we had done and what was needed to fix our infrastructure. And we also need to plan and we need to prepare because we know that there are future challenges. The last 12 years have been extraordinary, but year on year, they have given us challenges after challenge after challenges, floods, fires, mosque shooting, earthquakes, pandemic, everything. And Councillor McClellan's right. It is not easy to make cuts in an LTP. There is so little fat left in this organisation. During COVID, we made significant cuts, and anything that was easy is gone already. And let me remind people about the facts about the choice not to do an amended LTP. Staff gave us the option because that was something that they legally had to do. We could have, had we chosen, looked at levels of service and additional cuts, but that would have meant a huge amount of additional resource, additional time, and additional money to go through an amended LTP process, which is legally what it would have required if we were to look at levels of service, and we're going to be doing one of those next year anyway. We simply didn't have the resources, and so we agreed with the staff advice not to do that. Our current funding system, as the Future for Local Government report says, is completely at peak, and the next government needs to look seriously at resourcing councils properly so that we can do the jobs that they have delegated us to do. It is completely unsustainable, and we need to make sure that we're looking at the counterfactual every time as what happens if we don't.
Spot on. Tim?
Yeah, thank you. It's, we've got 17 people around this table, so when we're offered a black box or whatever to look into and look at savings, and people are disappointed that we haven't picked this one up, put that one up, we represent different areas, and what we think is a great way to solve a problem may be absolutely apparent to another community. So I think we've got to respect that. And I hope that in the future there's less comment about the haves and the have-nots, because a lot of haves actually don't have that much because after COVID they are mortgaged to the hilt to keep their businesses going. So I just hope there's a wee bit more respect with regards to that, because irrelevant of where you live, your rate dollar should be equal to anyone else. That's the society I hoped that we live in. As for asset sales, I'm a bit surprised about that one. We've been around that merry-go-round a number of times, and my community has made it very, very clear that it is not for discussion, and I will stick by that. As for closing facilities, I've been struggling to rebuild the South Library, so let's just keep going with that one, because I'm not going to close facilities either. When we talk about what's the future's going to be, who here can tell us what the Three Waters is going to cost us or save us? We have absolutely no idea. But around this table, we have made the best decisions that we possibly can for our community and our city. And yes, we will have differences, but I think that we have come to a very good end and to move forward on that and to do it respectfully with each other. I do want to make a special mention to our CFO and her team. It's not just you, Leah, just spreading the joy. But But also one group that don't get mentioned that often is our community board staff, who every week try and squeeze the absolute juice out of that lemon they can. And sometimes it is sour to suck, but they work incredibly hard, and at times they actually make us look quite good. So to all of the staff, thank you very much. Cheers.
Bunch of us in this room who have on some level had to wear what we've been bequeathed, and that's fine. The ones who had no hand in the last long-term plan, that's not a complaint. That's not a complaint. It's just simply a statement of fact, and we're raring to go, I think, for the long-term plan next year. I'm committed as a councillor to keep working with my colleagues around this table, all of you, to find innovative ways for Christchurch, our city that we work, that we love and work in and work on together, to be the best run, most livable city in New Zealand, if it isn't already. But we may have left ourselves a mountain to climb in the next year long-term plan, so we need to get stuck into that, and we'll do it together. Kia ora.
Thank you. I'd like to start by putting this annual plan in perspective. It really is just merely an adjustment to the previous long-term plan, and picking up on the thread that Councillor Field and some of the others have said, that we haven't really had a great deal of room to move. And I do think that the real work is yet to come with the next long-term plan, and it simply has to be different to previous long-term plans. I'm really looking forward to some robust discussions during the long-term plan process, and I'm really pleased to see the collaborative efforts around this table, and I think it puts us in good stead going into a long-term plan. I'm pleased to see a focus on deliverability in the plan, and I really applaud staff for your adaptability. I think that's critical to how we operate. On balance, I'm satisfied that the increases that we've seen are, for the most part, unavoidable, and I think the revised timings for Te Kaha really is a double-edged sword. They say you have to take the good with the bad, but in this instance, I think we have to take the bad with the good. And in a similar vein, I recognise that the timing of the 3-yearly re-evaluation is less than ideal, and it has had a greater impact on some areas of our city. That aside, I think that the amendments that we've debated today and over recent months make good sense. I think for the most part we've been supplied with sound evidential basis for the changes that we've made, and I think what we've been presented with and the options we've had represent prudent financial management. Thank you for that. And we have adopted a fair and transparent process, and again I thank my colleagues for their collaborative approach in this process. And whilst the result where we've landed is not perfect, I do think it is well balanced, all things considered, and so I will be supporting the plan. Thanks.
Let me thank you all for your support with the small amendment I had around the meeting room fees for the rooms in the Tauranga Library today. And I'm pleased that other colleagues at the end of the table who have supported unanimously with their amendments have also acknowledged that support in their debate today. Maybe I just heard them incorrectly. I may not agree with every decision that's being made, and in fact, I'm actually terrified about what the future will bring and how our decisions today may potentially put us in a precarious position. This invention payment, which feels like an apparent saving now, will cost us more in the future, the very near future, and I don't believe it's a win for the residents of Christchurch at all. In fact, many of the decisions today around UAGC and water charging in particular are a loss for those who have less and a win for those who have more. And I think that's a shame, and I think we should reflect on that. Overall, though, I will support this annual plan today, like I do every year. We've worked together through a process to come to a decision, and I will respect that process.
Thank you, Melanie. James.
Thanks. Look, as we've gone through this process, it's been a case of you win some and you lose some. We've, had examples of that today going through the various items. But it's much more than just that. This has been, a pretty long process. There's a longer one to come with LTP, so this was just the warm up. Significant changes will need to occur going forward, and Councillor Peters wanted to look in the box for savings. I think I would have too. Actually, we would have liked to, really get in there and see what we could find. But look, the thing is, we can go through all of this for so long, and at the end of the day, this is a light version of what is fundamentally the long-term plan next year, is where these changes will occur. So look, I think I'm not going to rehash the debates we'd had along the way today and in the briefings and the workshops, but I think what does need to be said is acknowledgement to you, Dawn. Really appreciate with the way you've led this organisation. Leah as well, really appreciate your work. Peter, Lynn, Helen, and also Megan and your team who put up with us and keep us on track. So it's very much appreciated from me, because we'd all be lost without you. Like I said, we've had our battles along the way. We've won some, we've lost some. But I think we're at a point where fundamentally we can strike a rate, and that's the job for the annual plan, and to really get in there and make those changes. We can do that next year. Thank you to my colleagues, though. As I've said, we don't agree on all things all the time, but I've really enjoyed working with you through this process. I actually think we work together pretty damn well, even if we don't all agree. So I really do genuinely mean my thanks that I'm offering. And last but not least, actually, Phil, you've led this as well. This is your first annual plan, and I have to take my hat off to you that I think you've led it incredibly well. It's been professional. You've kept us on track, and you've also ensured that we're giving the attention to things that we need to be spending the time on, making sure that that we're effective. So I think it's been really well led from you, and your leadership has been most appreciated. But all of this is for nothing if it's not for the community, and they've come along and they've engaged with us, told us what their priorities are. You can't please all the people all the time, as they say, but we'll sure as hell try. And I think we've got to a point that I think we can be proud of. It's not perfect. Not everyone will agree with everything. And in fact, I don't think anyone will agree with everything. But we've worked together well, and I really appreciate the way that we've gone through this process, and look forward to doing a deep dive in the long-term plan next year. Thanks a lot.
Sam?
Thank you. I agree with James and Mark in terms of being able to, really dig into stuff as we go through next year. I guess the real highlight for me out of this, and it's sort of been lost, I guess, a wee bit, is the capital program. And if you think about the fundamental change, even since the time I joined, which was 2019, the fact we've been able to continually refine that down, and even through our letter of expectation we've sent to the Chief Executive via the Mayor, in terms of what we can deliver next year, that is a fundamental change for the city, which I think we probably will continue to realise benefit from long term. I did want to acknowledge Dawn, Leah, Mary, Lynn, Peter, Megan and the team. Helen for not rolling out too many amendments is always useful too, which is fantastic. But, ultimately, these processes require us to play it with a pretty straight bat. And I think the fact we've all been able to have a really constructive conversation around the table today and get to a collective outcome is a factor and a really good way forward that's been internally led by the team. So I think the subvention stuff, I appreciate where different people are coming from on that, and depending on where you look at it, look at maybe a rateable impact next year, or it's an impact on debt. But to sort of not realise that opportunity now to take some pressure off the people in our community, I think we had no option but to do that. But the good news is we can actually really refine that next year, because without getting too technical, if you think about the subvention stuff, that ultimately has been used to pay down debt. We can adjust our capital program next year to borrow less. So the community can be no worse off if we make some considered decisions as we work through the long-term plan. Look, the only other thing I'd say, and I know the team are working on it, and the Mayor's been very clear in terms of how the LTP will run, but I think we're going to have a very open long-term plan process. We need to share the challenges we have as a council with the community so they can understand our decision-making the whole way through. And I think if we do that, we'll continue to increase trust. And, I kind of look at the discussions we've had for the last few weeks, and actually, I kind of wish every person in the city could have seen the debate, the questions, and the conversation we've had today, because it would put us in probably the best light it has for quite some time. So if we can carry that through to the long-term plan, I think the city will be in a really good position, which balances the needs of now with those of the future. And I really want to acknowledge, I think, Tyrone and Andre and Mark, in terms of your commitment to work with everybody as we go through that process next year, or later this year for an outcome next year. We're going to have to. There are massive challenges for the city. But I'm really confident we've got an organisation internally that can deliver those results. And as long as we have considered discussions as a council, the community can only be better off. So, thank you all for what you've done.
Pauline.
Thank you. Getting there, Phil, aren't we? So look, I'm really hoping the people of Christchurch, as a majority, can appreciate the rationale behind the rate increase that we've settled on today at 6.41%. Effectively, as I said earlier, this is a rates cut, as it's below inflation, and yet we still have to deliver what the people expect of us. So we've tried to find the balance between striking an affordable rate but still allowing and enabling this organisation to deliver services to a well-functioning city, in challenging financial times, and that's what we are legally obliged to do. We've voted on decisions and struck a rate, and that's that for now. However, I must express my concern over using the 24 million subvention to supplement rates to deliver our services, rather than even support my amendment of a compromise at half of that, which would leave us options for next year. Because of the high degree of financial uncertainty, I thought that was a good cautionary approach. My very real concern is that a large rate hike will be necessary in the near future, and rather than elected members becoming unpopular with the public, the options of asset sales, slashing the capital program, and reducing levels of service will be the only other levers to be considered. So just beware of that. And look, thanks all round to staff and the Chief Executive. I'm sure that you quite often feel like the meat and the sandwich. Fellow councillors, thank you too. I know we all feel like the meat and the sandwich as well. And the residents, I know they feel like the meat and the sandwich, so it's like musical sandwiches sometimes. But look, it's been a real journey, and now we're facing another big piece of work looming with the long-term plan. So watch this space, be alert, and above all, beware. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, I'm happy to finally reach this point and support our annual plan. Our annual plan for 23-24 balances the need to maintain and deliver the services our community expect us to, while limiting our rates burden on households and businesses. As a result of months of hard work from staff and councillors to get to this point, can I particularly thank Dawn, Lynn, Mary, Leah, all heads of staff and all council staff who have helped us get to this point. We couldn't have done it without you. Can I also thank you all, councillors, for your focus, hard work and patience as we work through this process. Alongside this work, council staff have also begun preparations for our long-term plan, 24-34. This is a significant amount of work, which looks over the next 10 years of our city. Our final annual plan only sets the scene for this. This means that the decisions we will need to make in our long-term plan, 24-34, will require us to have an honest conversation about what we can afford and what we need to look at. As a council and community, we need to decide what we can afford to pay in rates and what we can provide for that amount of money. We need a long-term plan which delivers the best balance for our community. Our community expect us to lead and make tough decisions, to deliver the right services in the right place at reasonable cost. Today is just one of many times we have to do our best to deliver on this. And for all the new councillors out there, if you think this was hard yakka, you'll be a possum in the headlights for the LTP. So thank you very much for your attendance, everybody. Right, so with that, I will put that, don't I? Yep. Yep. I'd like to put that motion that we accept the annual plan. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you very much. Carried.
Someone said no. Aaron. Andre and Aaron.
Andre and Aaron. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Yep. And
So we're now moving
we're going to this one. We're now going to, for the CFO authorisations, recommendations 11 and 12. Having adopted the annual plan, we need to deal with the CFO authorisations in the recommendations 11 and 12. I'll move it. Pauline will second it, and we'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Now, Megan is just going to have a wee chit-chat to us for a second before we start the setting of rates.
So can I please just confirm the votes that I've got against this upcoming block in 13, as I've got Sarah against M and Yanni against A, B, J and M. Are there any other votes?
Yeah, me against 13A.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. So I've moved it, Pauline seconded it.
You got the updated numbers in there? Because those numbers are not the same as I had. Can you go to the one that's got the numbers in it?
Are they lower? Because we'll take them.
So you scroll back up.
Do you want to talk to it a bit, Leah?
So those numbers there, and that differential, the differentials.
So we need the new one.
What do you keep moving for? Oh, they're here. Yeah, okay.
Just bear with everybody.
Okay.
Yep.
Those are the updated numbers.
Figures, yeah.
Okay.
Yep,
Everybody
those ones
happy with what they're seeing? Yanni, you got a question?
I just also asked that my vote was recorded against the Christchurch NZ bid funding, so I just want to make sure staff have got that. I don't know which section and what attachment.
Yep, good as gold.
Yeah.
So everybody's happy, I'll put that.
So you're dealing, Mayor, with recommendations 13 to 17.
Mm-hmm. So that is, we need to move and second the vote on the recommendations 13 to 17 that set the rates, targeted rates and penalties. So I'm moving it and Pauline's seconding it. All those in favour? All right. Against? Thank you. Carried. So thank you all. We've made it. And I want to say, I want to make it to the end. I want to say a massive thank you to all the team who pulled together. This has been a major undertaking. Jeez, who wrote this? Now we've wrapped up. I hope we're going to have a beer. Now we'll stand for the final karakia. Kia.
Kia whakairia te tapu, kia wātea ai te ara, kia tūraki whakataha ai, kia tūraki whakataha ai. Premier Huie Taiki.
Thank you very much. Well done.
Oh.